were trooping around Ifrin City in the Maglubiot Primacy, and you encountered an Eladrin, who basically told you that you were trespassing and that this was now her land. She then whisked you away through a portal to meet her queen, the Queen of Night and Magic. You guys spent the night, kind of feasting with the royal feast hall, and then you got briefed by her on what was actually going on, involving five creatures known as Nagpas and the Raven Queen, and how they're all basically conspiring to fuck over the material plane and the civilizations in it. She then gave you a couple pieces of intelligence, saying, that information about the Nagpas can be found beneath the dungeon in Azudel's depths and in the lair of Yarvat. So you proceeded to go to the Azudel depths and go down into the dungeon beneath it, that lonely mountain there. You guys, found it to be fairly stereotypical of a dungeon. Stone walls, stone floor, traps, monsters. Then Gilbert stepped on an acid trap, locking himself in a room that then slowly filled with acid. He attempted to teleport himself out of there, and it sent him somewhere else.
To the timeout room.
Yes, to the timeout room. The rest of you proceeded to eventually attempt to bash down the door into this acid trap, releasing all of the acid held within. Kind of washed you guys back towards a reliquary room that has a bunch of urns and some broken iron spheres in it. You previously fought those there. And Gilbert had begun exploring his new locale. And when we left him, he had found a room that had temperatures super cold in it, to the point where even entering it will cause cold damage. So, Gilbert, I think we're going to start with you. So you're in the hallway, looking through this open door, and you see this rather gigantic bedroom in here. It's about 90 by 80 feet. And you see, in the kind of southeastern corner, a partially burned four-poster bed. At the foot of the bed is a chest, mold and ash covering nearly every surface in the room. And you recall when you previously entered it that you took a bunch of cold damage as a result.
I'm going to not walk back inside.
Okay, what would you like to do?
What are my other directions?
Well, behind you is that hallway, and it's a 10, 20, 30, 40-foot long hallway before it goes to the north. That was the kind of a storage room with a pillar in it that the walls had started closing in on when you had opened this door. There's also a T-junction heading to the south on your way to the bedroom from that storage room that you saw go another 40 feet south before turning west again. You have not gone that way.
I'll walk that way.
Okay. Yeah,
What
so
do my undead eyes see?
a closed wooden door.
I would like to render the door open.
All right. You open the door, and you see that the ceiling has partially collapsed and fallen in here, crushing several metal cages. When you open the door, um, you hear kind of like a whine sounds start to build up in the room.
What kind of wine?
Do you know what a Vandegraaff generator sounds like?
I will in just a second. Oh, these things. We're talking like that kind of hum.
Yeah.
Do I see an obvious source of the sound?
No, you do not.
And about how loud is it?
Maybe 50 decibels.
Okay. And the size of the room?
It is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 feet long, like away from you, and it is 50 feet wide. You have opened a door in the middle of its west wall. In the southwest corner of the room, you can see another closed door leaving the room.
All right. Yeah. Gilbert will walk into the room, shield raised.
Okay. You walk into the room, shield raised. As you step into the room, bolts of magic energy start raining down from the ceiling on you. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw and add 5 to it to account for your raised shield.
Is this against a magical effect?
Yes, these are magic. These are bolts of magic energy.
Follow me, magic.
Okay, yeah, you kind of stop and crouch a bit, and your shield just takes a pounding from these bolts of magic energy, but none of it reaches you, and you take no damage.
You said that there were two other doors?
One other door. Your door in the east, and an exit in the southwest.
Gilbert's going to keep that shield raised and move to the new opening.
Okay, yeah, you keep your shield raised as you kind of work your way through the destroyed cages and collapsed ceiling. And you get to the closed door in front of you. No further barrages take place.
Actually, you say that there were crushed cages?
Yes.
Does it look like these were crushed by a force coming from the ceiling?
The destroyed cages, yes, or looks like the ceiling fell on them.
Interesting. Gilbert would like to salvage one of the bars, if it's possible to salvage one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's possible.
All right. What's the length of it?
It is a 8-foot long iron rod.
I'm sorry, I got dogs barking in the background. How many feet?
8 feet.
8 feet. All right. Thank you. Gilbert will keep that shield raised and then try to open up the door he has not been through.
Okay, you open up the room, revealing another large room filled with old empty racks of arms and armor, kind of scattered about the room. You also see, you know, 8 large forms kind of looking at you.
8 large forms.
Yeah, they all kind of look up from what they were rooting around in and look at you as you open the door. You should roll initiative.
Said everybody?
Basically, based on the size of these things, the number of them are, you have a pretty good idea of what used to be in those cages. No, just Gilbert. He's the only one there. All right, Gilbert. So what do you do? Oh wait, yeah, you start your turn there. I need you to make a con save.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Magic? Is the effect of the con save magical or natural?
That's what I'm looking. It is natural.
I'm comfortable with this number.
Okay. Well, what do you do?
I need just a second as the PDF spell sheet loads. So, you say there's 8 of them?
Yes.
I think first Gilbert is going to close his eyes.
Okay.
And then he's going to close his eyes and he's going to cast a spell.
Uh huh.
The sword is now glowing with radiant energy.
Uh huh.
And I'm going to walk into where I previously saw one of these things and I'm going to stab it.
Okay, yeah, you can certainly do that. You just kind of shuffle over to where you remember seeing one of these guys, and you blindly swing your sword. Go ahead and make your attack roll at disadvantage.
Do those two hit?
Those both hit.
Mixture of magical slashing and radiant.
Okay.
And he's going to keep his eyes clutched tight.
Okay. Yeah, you can kind of hear it kind of yelp a bit as you smash it. And you hear the shuffling of these creatures as they get closer to you and around you. You can smell their foul breath. And, yeah, they are going to hit you tooth and claw. Let's see. Only 7 of them can actually get to you. Wait, nope, I misread that speed. Only 6 of them can actually get to you in range. What is Gilbert's... Oh, wait, no, these guys have advantage. Because you are blind. Alright, so what's Gilbert's AC?
Gilbert's AC is 22. To anything that passes that, I shouldn't even say to anything that passes, I'm reaction shielding.
Okay, sure. So that would give you, what, a 27?
Yeah, 27.
Alright, well, it looks like they had one guy who nat 20'd on you.
That deals regular damage.
Huh?
That deals regular damage.
Adamantine.
Adamantine.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Good to know.
It turns out being hit is less dangerous than being crit.
Yes, so you take 9 points of piercing damage, and I need a con save from you.
For concentration or for a different effect?
Different effect of the bite.
Ooh. Magical and natural.
Natural. Alright, yep, you're fine. I don't think you need to bother with a concentration save for 9 points of damage. And it's your turn.
All right. So I have to scroll back down to that spell sheet. Okay. So I think, when I say I think, I mean I'm going to. Take. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to continue to attempt to slash entities around me. How about the guy that hit? The guy that bit me, I'm gonna swing my blade back in his direction.
Okay. Absolutely. Both hit.
Yeah, on the previous round, I forgot to add 2 of my D8.
Unfortunate.
Yep. That's just why there's a discrepancy of having 2 extra this time. And I'm going to use my bonus action to dismiss the spell Holy Weapon. So it emits a burst of radiance. I need. Actually, hold on then. It requires me to see them, so I'm going to make the ballsy ass move of opening my eyes and dismissing this.
Okay. You open your eyes. You see 6 basilisks looking back at you. Please make 6 Constitution saving throws.
So that 14, favored by the gods.
Okay. So what does that make it?
14 plus 5.
All right. Cool. Well, nothing happens to you, so you release the radiance.
Yes, so I need every single one of them to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. What's the DC?
Let me check that again. 18. So 1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass, 3 passes.
Yep, 3 passed. What happens?
So the ones that failed are now blind.
Oh, neat.
The ones. There's also a damage effect here. Those that pass take half and are not blind.
All right.
Radiant damage. And at the end of each of its turns, a blind creature can make a Constitution saving throw to end the effect on itself. Do I see a way to run the fuck out of here?
Well, the door is open to your back. Though they've kind of saddled up next to you, so you'd be provoking 6 attacks of opportunity if you do attempt to leave back to the kennels. You could also try charging your way through the room. There is a door directly opposite you, across the room to the south, and also one on the west wall in the middle. Both of which are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 feet away.
I shall charge to the second room you described.
The second room. I described a
Sorry,
door.
the second path out. So the most recent one.
The door in the west.
Yes.
Okay. What's your movement speed? 'Cause it's 70 feet away.
30 feet.
All right. So you charge through the pile of basilisks and provoke 6 attacks of opportunity.
Several of which are at a disadvantage. The fools!
Yeah, I was trying to figure out which one. So that would be
Also,
not
it's
that guy.
times like this that make me wish I had Dragon Breath.
So 3 of them are at disadvantage. I don't think any of them hit you.
They all fail.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you run your 30 feet. You are now 40 feet away from the west door, 30 feet away from the kennel door, and actually I'd put you about 40 feet away from the south door as well.
I shall do that thing where I close my eyes.
Uh-huh.
And that will conclude my turn.
Okay. Well, these guys don't have that much movement speed. So only 2 of them are actually able to get in range of you now. And they're both blinded. What am I doing? It's a flat roll. Because you're blind as well.
Yep. It's like the blind fighting the blind. 2 hit.
Okay. Alright, so that is 26, mixture of piercing and slashing, and I need another con save from you.
How many?
Just one. It's only the bites that have the effect. So you bit and same guy bit and clawed you. Alright, yeah, you're fine. And what do you do next?
I blindly swing them with my blade. Or actually, no, just the one that bit me.
Alright, it's a flat attack. Two hits.
And then I would like to start backing up towards the door I need to go to.
Okay. Yeah, so that would put you 10 feet away from the door. You can hear the basilisk scrambling over the masonry behind you. But still, those 2 are the only ones that can reach you.
Alright. That shall conclude my turn.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were already done. Yes. So, yeah, so you hear the scrambling of the basilisk. Those 2 still can keep pace with you. They don't hit you. What do you do on your turn?
I proceed to poke the one I've been poking, whichever one that might be. I don't even know.
The one on the right. Still. Oh, wait, I have to roll. Still flat attack roll. God damn. I'm rolling a d20 on my desk. It's like I haven't seen a number above 7.
Haha.
Both hit. Alright. Yeah, you hit him. Just seems
I'm
to
in the
make him angry.
Yeah, the 20 to 19 are the 27 was damage.
I know. You hit him for 27. And,
My apologies. I'm
and yeah, it appears to have made him angrier sounding. So what do you do now?
I back up to the door.
Alright, you move the remaining 10 feet to the door.
Can I feel around for a handle?
You can, and you do. You find a handle.
I shall open it.
Rattle, rattle. The door is locked.
What's it feel like it's made out of?
Wood.
Okay. That will be my turn.
Alright, well, the actually a third basilisk does catch up to you since you only moved 10 feet. And they're going to try and bite you. Well, bite and claw. Of course, one of them isn't blinded anymore. Are you shielding?
Yeah.
Alright, so only that one claw hits you. Which does 9 slashing damage. Alright, it is your turn.
Can I use the bathroom real quick?
You have a suit of armor on. I suppose you can just go.
No, I mean Gilbert the player. I'll be gone like 20, 30 seconds. It's like right
Sure,
next to me.
go.
One moment.
Alright. Yeah, so while he's fighting off Basilisk trying to turn him to stone, which by the way is not something being a Death Knight is immune to, the rest of you are just kind of resting in that room full of skulls. What would you guys like to do?
Are we gonna
Go
rest?
back
Because
and look
last
at
I
the
checked,
elephant.
pretty bloody.
You guys said you're taking a short rest?
I'm asking if we are.
Ah.
Because I'm not sure who else got hurt other than me and Nala. So I forgot who was there late at night, but we sprung that acid trap. So looking at the room that had the acid trap, there's
There's nothing in it. It's a bare room now. Everything got dissolved by the acid.
other doors, passageways, nothing.
Oh, there is that door on the west middle of the room. It just it's still a slab of iron.
Where it's a slab of iron.
Yeah, similar to the one you bashed down to release the acid. Looks like that right now. That hallway leads to the skull room.
I don't think we know what immediately we want to do. Do you want to switch back to the combat?
Is Gilbert back?
Yeah, I got back right as you started to.
Sure. What do you do, Gilbert? Locked door in front of you.
I continue to attack.
The basilisks, okay.
Yes.
2 hits. All right, you hear one of them flop over dead. Anything else?
Yeah. I will quicken cast Death Ward on myself.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
All right. Well, on their turn, they have all caught up to you. And they are going to try and eat you. See, we'll do the blinded guys first. Oh, I forgot to add their +7. So, are you going to shield it this time?
Yes.
Okay. So, only the 1 bite hits you. So that is 12 points of piercing damage and con save.
Done. 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 Done.
Are you going to do nothing to that?
There's nothing I can do to that.
Okay. You are now restrained. And you are beginning to turn to stone.
Indeed.
All right, but it's
All
your
right.
turn.
Well, Gilbert's going to Dimension Door 10 feet to the other side of this door.
All right, you cast Dimension Door. And find yourself emerging in a familiar room coated in ashes. Yellow
All
mold
according-
growing all over the walls, the ceiling. Open door to the east. Exploded open door to the south. Closed door to the north and an alcove off to the west that you know it leads to a locked door and an archway.
All right.
One more.
And then I need a con save from you. As the petrification continues. But you're able to fight it off. You are out of
Huzzah.
initiative.
Interesting. So I now have a bug out room. You said not an initiative, right?
Correct. Yeah. The Basilisk have no way to track you through a teleport. Even if you didn't end up where you were hoping you would.
Can I check on the obelisk room?
Yeah. You stick your head into the obelisk room. You see pools of murky water. All the crates and other debris been kind of shoved into a line between you and the obelisk and the southern door. Almost as if the walls had pressed in and then pulled back.
Indeed.
just for reference, top left room is the room you emerged in. The right room is the room with the obelisk.
Okay. Does the other half of the party know what they want to do, or
I'd like to heal up. I got magic that'll let me heal up in a pinch if we need to go now. I'm not sure how many more party members were damaged by the acid trap, other than me and Nala, because I don't remember who was there at the time.
Might have just been you and Nala.
Maybe.
I think Crazy was also there.
Recall.
So what do you guys do? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Crazy, I see you keyed up. I didn't hear anything.
Well,
Just
how much time elapsed while Gilbert was doing this stuff?
about 10 minutes.
Would that mean 10 minutes in a short rest, or are we doing this like simultaneously while Gilbert is doing things?
These are concurrent timelines. They are occurring simultaneously. Just you guys are split, so I have to devote attention one way or the other.
Understand. Well, what do you guys think? I want a short rest, but I'm fine to continue if you must.
A short rest would be good.
So I'm hearing you guys are going to take a short rest in that room with all the urns. Is that correct?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, then I guess we're playing with Gilbert for a bit then, while you guys sit around for an hour. So Gilbert,
All
what do
right.
you do?
Well,
Gilbert dies.
no. Gilbert's gonna tag himself with freedom of movement and see invisibility.
Okay.
So, west opening of the timeout room, south door.
Okay. It's locked.
What is it made of?
Iron.
Solid iron.
Would appear so.
See the hinges.
Yes, you can.
I will attempt to slice through the hinges with the Vorpal sword.
Interesting. All right. Go ahead and make an attack roll with the Vorpal sword. All right. Yeah, you slice through those hinges, and doors, can tell us kind of tottering in the door frame. Probably just pull it down if you wanted to.
What kind of door handle does it have?
It has like a turning knob.
I'll use the 8-foot stick and I'll poke the door.
Okay, you poke the door. You see it kind of waver and then start to fall back into the room. Fortunately, being 8 feet away, it doesn't hit you. There's a loud clang as it just falls to the ground and doesn't move, revealing a passageway beyond. That goes 10, 20, 30 feet before turning to the west.
I advance.
All right. You get to the corner. You see that it goes west 20 feet, ending with a door on the south wall made of wood.
Gilbert will walk up to 11 feet from the door, take the 8-foot rod, and poke the ground.
Okay.
Like hard, solid, as if I was trying to stab someone kind of poke.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics check. Let's call this. All right. Yeah, you just hear like the ka-ting as the metal bar strikes the flagstone, kind of chipping a small bit of it off. There's like this little streak left on the stone, and nothing else seems to really happen.
Gilbert advances to the door and attempts to open it.
All right, the door opens. As you open to it, a wave of necrotic energy washes over you, to no apparent effect because you're immune to it.
He gets the tingles.
Yeah. What's the room look like?
All right, so you see kind of more what you saw from the other half of the room. Overturned tables, smashed wooden and iron apparatus, rusted chains littering the room, a moldy smell kind of wafting outward. But what you can see is just south of this door, kind of tucked away in the corner, is a dais, kind of raising like a half a foot up, round. At the center of it is a pillar that rises 3 feet above the floor. And on top of the pillar, you see a faintly glowing crystalline icosahedron casting dim light around that area.
How many faces are on that icosahedron?
20. It looks like a D20, except no numbers. And is glowing.
Wait. Then what's a dodecahedron?
12 sides.
Ah, okay. Had the names mixed up. So you're telling me I walk into a room full of necrotic energy and I see on a dais a D20?
Yes. You can see to the right a closed wooden door as well, halfway along the wall.
All right. How much length are on these rusted iron chains?
It appears to be short segments, maybe a foot long, each one of them.
Okay, I can't do much with that. I'll approach to within. I think it's 30 feet. 1 second.
Yeah, it's kind of like in that bottom corner there, that 3x3 area.
Actually, how far away is it from me from the door?
60 feet.
Okay, I'll step in 10 feet and then fire off a divine sense.
Okay, well, as you saw before, this entire place is desecrated.
Anything coming from the item? I should say the D20.
Nothing more than what you get from the rest of the dungeon. Does not appear to be particularly evil.
Okay, I'll burn a spell slot on this. I'll fire off a detect magic and approach.
All right. Yeah. Check what spell type that would be. It is glowing with magic, and it is of a particular school.
Gasp, the rare school-specific magic.
Indeed. And it is a mix of transmutation and conjuration magic.
Okay. I would like to walk up to it
Uh-huh.
and pick it up.
All right. As you approach, you notice there's, on the dais around this pillar, a faint line of lettering. which reads in common, a plethora of exits, only one entrance.
And this is written around the dais.
Yes. And it just repeats.
On the dais. On the dais.
Okay, I'll pick it up.
You walk forward, and as you grab it, there is a flash of white light filling your vision. Those of you in the reliquary room, taking your short rest, it's only been about 30 minutes or so, there's suddenly a bright flash of light. And when your eyes, adjust after, blinking away the after image, Gilbert is standing there before you. So, what do you guys do?
Hold on, let me scroll up to their map. Wait, hold on. They're taking a short rest right now?
Yes. They are in the long room to the bottom right of that. That was full of like the urns and the iron spheres and whatnot. The acid room is the one in the top left.
I am so very tempted to be like, hold on, guys, I'll be right back, and then send myself back to the timeout room.
That big room to the north is where you fought all those ghosts with swords.
How long has it been?
30 minutes. Do you guys do anything for the rest of this rest?
Nah.
All right. Well, the half hour completes. You guys finish a short rest, except for Gilbert, who has not actually done anything restful.
Crazy, are you saying stuff? I can't hear you.
I wasn't.
Okay, that time I heard you.
Yeah, so you successfully complete a short rest. Besides the random appearance of Gilbert, you have no other incidents.
Okay. Anyone got ideas?
Go back and
Yep.
Okay. So Under, you know the room where you tried to melt me and suffocate me simultaneously?
Yes.
I'm gonna walk back there.
Okay. You notice the room is clean. In fact, the floors and the walls are all etched smooth. They have an almost glass-like sheen to them.
Alright. I'm gonna... Wait, actually, can I see where the pressure plates were?
Yes, you can see where they were.
I'm gonna avoid stepping on those and open up that door to the west.
Okay. You avoid stepping on the pressure plate. In fact, like the whole middle right part of the room, it's like a 20 by 50 pressure plate. You just kind of walk along the edges of the room to avoid it. And so yeah, you walk over to the iron slab that has fallen down as a door.
Hey, Crazy, I need your assistance to lift this.
Hey, we got together with the party already? What happened when I was gone?
I got back.
He touched a magic
Magic.
item, and it teleported him to the room you were taking your short rest in.
Very convenient.
What happened to the Hydra?
You have not yet encountered the Hydra.
Gilbert's going to attempt to open up the iron door and ask Crazy for assistance.
I will help.
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check with advantage. You are unable to lift the door.
What is with it?
You know, okay, let's try a new way. Lieutenant, can you please remove this obstruction?
Which obstruction would you like removed?
This iron door displeases me.
You could transmute it to wood, and then we'll just break it off. Or something brittle.
How big is the room we're in?
It is 30 by 10, 20, 30, 40, 90.
I'm going to cast Fabricate on the iron door to convert it into a large iron block of the dimensions that a block made of that door would be.
Okay. A 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot cube of iron appears next to the archway, inside the room so as not to block the hallway.
That's a lot of iron.
It was a very solid, heavy door. This reveals a hallway that goes 30 feet to another archway that opens up into another room. And this room appears to be decorated.
Ooh, what's it decorated with?
So you're walking forward to examine it, because you can only tell that there's stuff in there.
Of course.
All right, yeah, you kind of go forward, and you see, well, you would recognize on the north wall a golden holy symbol of Merkel affixed to the wall. Pews are kind of laid out facing this wall. You think you've just found a chapel to the god of death.
Merkel, if I'm recalling the bad kind of death, like the murdery kind. Actually, what do we know about Merkel, or I should say, what does Gilbert know about Merkel?
You know Merkel is the neutral evil god of death. His symbol is a white human skull. He was one of the three gods that are kind of like known for trying to like destroy the multiverse a couple of times. There's a name for that three. I can't remember what the Dead Three. He's a member of the Dead Three.
With Bane and
Ball.
Vecna.
No,
Bane, Ball,
and Merkel, the gods of death, tyranny, and murder.
death, tyranny, and murder.
Yeah, Merkel
All
is death.
Gilbert's
Bane is
done.
tyranny. Ball is the god of murder.
Yay, all things Gilbert's done. Yeah, Gilbert will step into the room.
Okay. You step into the room. You can see that there's archways leading out in the northeast and southwest corners. And otherwise appears to be another 30 by 90 room.
Gilbert will walk up to the symbol of Merkel. How big is it?
It's maybe 6 inches in diameter. Not terribly big, but not tiny either.
And just out of curiosity, is this a human skull with jaw or without jaw?
This is an image of a human skull cast in white gold.
So with jaw or without jaw?
With a jaw.
Oh.
It's not an actual bone skull, is what I mean.
Oh, okay. Gilbert will place his right hand on it.
Uh huh. Does not seem to particularly like that. You get the feeling that you and it are not exactly compatible.
Interesting. Oh, right. Him being the god of death and me being a undead abomination.
Might have something to do with it.
Let's see. So, which opening that you described would be to the left of Gilbert?
Well, that would be to the southwest.
Oh, and out of curiosity, this is all built into the wall?
It's more like it's been hung on the wall.
Does Gilbert know of any other kind of symbolism associated with Merkel outside of a skull, like I don't know, like an object or uh, a motif outside of it?
No, you really wouldn't.
Okay. Actually, using the light cantrip on the sword, I'd like to try to. Is it just the skull that's cast in white gold, or is it like the section of wall as well?
It appears to just be the holy symbol itself. The wall remains stone.
All right, Gilbert's gonna move the uh, Vorpal sword with the light cantrip on it, just kind of across the surface, not scraping the blade with it, but kind of using it like a flashlight up close, looking for a seam, something in the wall that seems out of place.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check. Now you don't find any seams, panels, loose bricks, or switches. Just this holy
Right.
symbol hanging on a peg.
And you said that there's a door to the left of me?
Well, behind you and to the left. You're looking north. There is a archway to the right that is to the northeast or northeast, and there is a door behind you and to the left to the southwest.
I'll go to the one behind me and to the left.
Okay,
Open up that door.
it's just an archway. You can just walk through. It's open.
Walk through it.
Yeah, and it appears to be a 30-foot by 50-foot room with two archways leading south. This room appears to have 8 like suits of plate mail that have been kind of set up in like a line facing the two archways heading south. When you look south through the archways, you can see that cut into the walls are various like coffin-sized reliquaries, and it looks like almost to be like a crypt down south.
What kind of style is this plate armor? Like, does it have a particular cultural bent to it?
It does not. In fact, it appears very plain.
All right. I'll advance down the hall into the reliquary room.
All right. Yeah, so you kind of advance down the hall, and it's like just a long hallway, coffins and sarcophagi to the left and right of you, kind of stacked up 4 high. You know, each being in its own little bay carved into the wall. You go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet, and it kind of turns to the west. You know, again, more sarcophagus cut into the walls. And there you can see it goes another 40 feet before turning back to the north. It just kind of seems to loop around and is full of these sarcophagi.
So a circular dead end reliquary room.
Would appear so.
Hmm. Is there any kind of writing on these reliquaries?
There is not, in fact. There is no imagery, no writing, nothing on these sarcophagi.
Oh, before I forget, did we ever get that short rest off?
Yes.
Ah, very good. I was playing under the assumption that I was still waiting. All right.
No, you guys finished and are following Gilbert around as he explores further into the dungeon.
All right, cool.
So Gilbert's going to backtrack and go through the northeastern door in the Merkle room.
All right. Yeah, so that heads east for about 10 feet, heads north for 20, then west for another 20, before finally turning back north for 30 feet before opening up into a room. And as you walk into this room, you can see that there are mystic runes running down the wall in sections, and then kind of flowing along the floor to a central pedestal in the middle of the room. On this pedestal, you can see a book bound in light brown leather. You can also see exits from this room in the southwest, the west, and the north.
Gilbert advances and touches the tome.
I would
Okay.
spend a couple of minutes to get some visibility for myself and the robot.
Alrighty. Yeah, you touch the book. Nothing happens.
Gilbert will open it.
Okay. You open the book. It appears to be a ritual, but it would only take about a minute to complete it, and apparently is making lots of references to cats.
Okay. Gilbert will attempt to complete the ritual.
All right, you complete the ritual, which involves mostly just kind of like breathing on the book to heat it up. And when you set it back down, there is a cat that appears on the book. The cat looks at you and kind of makes itself comfortable on top of the open book.
Gilbert will attempt to pet the kitty.
The cat begins to purr.
Can we eat the cat? I'm hungry.
No eating the cat.
What kind of dialect is the ritual written in?
Common.
Be a wizard level, like a wizard ritual, or a different kind of ritual, maybe druid.
It doesn't strike you as belonging to any particular class, more like you read the book and it has an effect.
Oh, you read the book, so I wouldn't be able to put this in my ritual book.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Dean, identify this cat.
I attempt to pet and play with the cat in the process of 11 minutes. We'll see how that goes, because I need to touch the cat all the time.
Okay,
Will
yeah, the
you-
cat just kind of sits there and imperiously lets you pet it.
Yeah, so I cast the spell Identify on the cat.
Okay, there are currently no spells affecting the cat.
Not give me anything.
What
Yeah.
kind of cat is it? Like a house cat?
It looks like a house cat.
It's a very strange thing to find in the middle of a dungeon.
It's Schrodinger's cat.
You said there were 2 other doors?
Yes,
You
there,
found
there are 3
Schrodinger's
other
cat.
doors. There's one to the north, one to the west, middle, and one to the southwest. Though the one to the southwest, you could kind of tell just based on how it would go that it would go back to the ghost room.
Gilbert shall advance through the one north of the ghost room.
Kill the cat and see if it still lives.
Okay.
The one that's like at 2 o'clock.
The one on the east wall?
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, so you kind of go into that. That corridor then turns immediately north and goes 10, 20, 30, 40 feet, which is the length of your light before petering out. You don't know if it goes beyond that.
Marching.
120 feet of dark vision. Any extra information?
Are you shoving your way to the front?
I'll be second in place or third. Sure.
Well, it goes 70 feet north and then turns west.
All
Which
right.
goes for 40 feet and turns north. 30 more feet, another archway opening up into yet another room. This is a rather familiar looking room for some of you, which contains large stone slabs and ancient embalming tools. 2 doors are on the east wall, one northern, one southern.
Is there a large cabinet?
No, that you would remember that's in the room to the south part of this.
Okay, Gilbert will continue to advance into the spooky room where bad stuff happened.
Okay.
That stuff.
So yeah, you look into the room to the southwest of this, which you know is a 15 by 15 room, and previously contained a whole bunch of horrors. Instead, you just see a bunch of destroyed furniture, some smashed armor, and some burned up rugs.
This is the room where all the crazy shit happened with the Technicolor psychedelic acid jelly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Does Gilbert see the part of the wall where the cabinet that it was used to be?
Yes,
Anything notable about that?
cabinet's destroyed. If you recall, you guys did that.
It was a mixture of us and the slime,
Yeah.
but yes.
Sure, blame the non-sentient slime.
Yeah.
Are there no obvious openings in this room other than the one we came in?
Just what I've described before.
All right. Gilbert will back up and then go through the next closest opening.
So that would be the archway to the north.
Yep.
From the cat room.
Yes.
Okay. By the way, the cat is still just sitting there on that book.
Odd.
That book didn't give any additional information. It just says something like summons a cat.
Essentially, yes. How to summon cat.
Since we're on the way back here, I'd like to just give a few moments to see if there's any ciphers or hidden meanings of this cat.
Are you... Sorry, what are you doing?
I'm looking at the... attempting to see if there's any, like, hidden ciphers or some...
You're looking at the
hidden
book or the cat?
The book.
Okay, so you kind of shoo the cat off of it? Because it's sitting on the book.
Man, there's something funny about that cat, brah.
Mick, I didn't hear
Telling
you.
That
No,
is
sitting.
I will shoo the cat.
Behind your fur yet.
Alright, you kind of make shooing motions at the cat. It just looks at you blankly.
I'm just gonna pick up the cat and eat it.
Alright, you pick up the cat.
And then it turns into a chimera.
And when you bite down into it, there is a sound like a soap bubble popping, and the cat is gone.
Oh, that's like find familiar.
Cat
So-
disappeared.
The check,
That's-
I guess.
Nasty. Gilbert's gonna walk through the northern door.
Okay, yeah, you walk through the northern archway, which immediately turns to the left and goes through another archway. Inside, you can see a room that has, like, going across so as to, like, block off your vision for large portions of the room, what appears to be cubicles, except the walls run from floor to ceiling, made out of old wood from the looks of it.
Odd.
Yeah, so Gilbert, you're currently in that long room, middle left. Yeah, and so like you looking in, you got like that 10-foot wide corridor, and then northern there are like stalls, and there's about 5 or 6 like cubicles made out of wood that you can't see into from the entrance.
Gilbert will climb up one of them.
Well, there's an opening. You just have to walk over to it.
Oh, okay, I'll do that then.
Like they're cubicles, so you just can't see over them easily or through them. You have to walk over to the sub door.
Okay, yeah, he'll start using the sub doors.
All right, so you walk over to the opening and look in. While you're doing that, Nick Mick, so you're just reading through this book?
Yeah, sure.
It appears to just be many hundreds of pages of rituals for summoning cats of various breeds. All of them no larger than house cat size.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Any notable exceptions to the ability of said cats?
There is one that notes that it is a particularly fat orange tabby.
Does it have a name for the particular tabby?
You see something in the margin begins with G, but the rest appears to have been smeared off, like their hand, smeared the ink. So G something.
Hey, can we keep this book?
Garfunkel.
Yep. Close enough. I'm just gonna take the book with us.
Okay. And you've probably figured it out, so I'll just type out what it is.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
Garfunkel or something like that.
Totally Garfunkel.
Let me guess, it's called Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats.
Oh man, that'd be a name.
All right. But, Gilbert, as everyone else is, looking at the Tome of Cat Summoning, you look in the first cubicle, and something looks back at you. You need to roll initiative. Because shit is going down.
Ah, gasp. A phantasm.
Do the rest of us roll?
Yeah, I mean, you're like 10 feet away. It would probably be wise, especially if one of you wants to back him up.
That'd be good.
I mean, I suppose you could just, make him fight it alone. That might be.
That's not honorable. That's fucked up. Gotta let him have all the fun for himself. And then.
Mister, you rolling initiative?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was eating a donut and got kind of wrapped up in my donut.
Well, it's those dire donuts,
What kind of donut?
It's a donut of constricting. You got wrapped up in it.
Yeah, I know, right? It was one of them little little white powdered donuts.
Oh God, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking
but what's
about.
inside of it?
Yeah, I was just started eating them, and I was like, y'all were talking, and I was like, donut.
Oh, the donut balls.
Yes.
Yeah, the ones where if you inhale while eating it will cause you to choke on the powder.
What a way to go!
See,
That's
I
my
only get my donuts from one place, and it's this great donut shop called Country Donuts.
Could you imagine dying like that?
Best
Like
fucking
dying with
donut.
white powder all over your face. People think it's. And then you find the donuts, and
the
like,
medics
really?
show up. Cocaine overdose.
Yeah,
Really? It was
medic
just
shows
a
the
heart
first thing he
attack
does
from
is hit you with
donuts.
the Narcan. It's like, fuck, it's not helping. Wait, why is it sticky? All right,
Go ahead.
I'll say, but war. Yeah, you hear the sounds of fighting coming from up north.
am going to shit. I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to pull out my crossbow and go into stealth and start heading that direction.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check then.
Ninja vanish.
Yeah, you kind of come around that corner and you can see, Gilbert drawing his sword facing this wooden cubicle. Can't see what's inside the cubicle, though.
All right, I am going to. Why can't I see inside the cubicle?
Because it's opaque, and he's by the door. You'd have to move 10 more feet.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna move 10 more feet then.
All right, yeah, you move 10 more feet. you see the shadowy horror that I had a picture of before.
Firing!
Okay. Now, do you have the thing that lets you do it in melee range without penalty?
Crossbow expert? Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, then go ahead and shoot at him.
Moved yet in combat?
Nope. Nope.
Good.
Okay.
Is that 6 hits
Yes, it is.
and 1 crit? Okay. I don't know how much damage this thing likes, but it just got a fuck ton.
Mm-hmm.
Gilbert turns a corner and then almost immediately hears like the cock of a crossbow bolt behind him. Fucking slurry of these things come out.
Magical piercing damage.
Just piercing?
Wait,
Magical piercing.
you're an assassin, right, mister? Shouldn't that be a crit since you went before him in combat?
Everything I had was hit. So that's 6. No, they're only the. No, I get advantage, not crits. If I surprise him, they're all crits.
Yeah, he's not surprised.
Not
okay.
surprised. You
He
are
also
in co-
appears to be completely unaffected by piercing damage.
Oh,
Magic piercing didn't affect. Oh shit.
oh, this is one of them spooky ghosts. Oh, fuck this. This
Well,
is a
I
dire
am
ghost.
running away. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, he's going to take an attack of opportunity against you.
Okay.
We're just gonna go ahead and do a D20 plus 17. Oh,
He misses. Shadowy claw reaches out and misses you. You retreat 10 feet.
I was hoping he would hit me. I was really hoping he'd touch me. Because I was going to solar flare his monkey ass. Ah! I
you
was
do an
gonna pull
equivalent
a-
of Dead by Daylight flashlight, try to blind the killer.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to do. Ah! No.
All right. Anything else?
No, now that I've ran away, no. If
All
if I shot all that at him and it just passed right through him with nothing, I am done because I have no. Oh wait, yes I do. Okay, next turn. I'm gonna see if the dragon. I'm gonna see if he can handle fire.
Okay. Well, then in that case, it is the second lieutenant's turn.
Let me see.
Well, besides, Dean summoning every type of house cat you've ever known to man, one at a time on this book, you hear the sounds of fighting coming from up north, including a flurry of crossbow bolts.
Distance?
From your position, you could get there in 20 feet of movement.
Okay. Gonna move 20 feet. What do I see?
You see War backing away very quickly as a large shadowy claw kind of swipes through open air. Next to Gilbert, and he's standing in front of a opening into a wooden cubicle that you can't currently see the inside of. Though whatever it is suggests that it's kind of spooky. The doorway is 10 feet away.
Okay. Can I hit it with a 60-foot long, 5-foot wide beam without hitting friendlies?
Does the beam get impeded by physical objects?
It does not say.
What beam is it?
Beam.
Moonbeam. Okay.
Sunbeam.
Oh, sunbeam. Yeah, that's going to be stopped by a physical barrier such as a wall.
Okay, then. So will that hit friendlies?
You cannot target it currently. It's on the other side of a wooden wall. You do not have a line of sight to it, is what I'm saying.
Then how did I see someone get hit by it?
You didn't. You saw a flash of claws as it reached out to try to make an attack of opportunity, because you know it's right on the other side of this door, but you can't see its actual body. You just saw the effect of its attack. It was a
Is
transient
anyone-
motion. You don't currently see it.
Okay. Is anyone standing next to the door?
Gilbert is.
And I'm going to take the dodge action.
Okay. All right, Gilbert, from deeper inside the cubicle, you see the shadow of this shadowy horror come to life and attack you on its own.
Does the fact it's in bright light help?
Actually, it would.
I
It
think,
rolled a 6.
Okay. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember this thing from when we met the first Mecha Baylor. I remember light played a big role.
Oh, these guys?
Oh, that looks
I think it was
lovely.
something else.
No, these are shadows. Three more of
the
them
classic-
emerge. 3 more of them emerge from the other 3 cubicles.
Wait, more of these or more of the ones above?
The shadows. These, the basic ones.
Okay.
And they swarm on to Gilbert. Well, to no real effect. All right. Then stepping out after these 4 guys, at the end of this room, from the 4th cubicle, another creature steps out. This one appears to be corporeal, with glowing red eyes.
Oh, it's a baby vampire.
And she charges you.
More like a sexy vampire.
She recognizes you as Ken, Gilbert. Oh, shit.
$20 hits for regular damage.
Okay. She hits you with her claws for 6 slashing damage, and you are now grappled.
Does she really want to
How
bite?
long has passed since the end of the short rest?
Say again?
How long has passed since the end of the short rest?
10 minutes.
Hold on. I got a spell that comes into play.
Oh, is that the freedom of movement or whatever it is?
Yeah, just checking freedom of movement.
Oh, yeah.
I just have to remember if that. Let's see. Tark can also spend 5 feet of movement to automatically escape non-magic, but such as or grappling. Okay.
So on your turn, you can spend 5 feet of movement to just automatically.
Right.
All right. That is it for her. Dean, it is your turn. You've just pocketed the Tome of Cat Summoning. You hear combat coming from up north.
What targets do I see from my point of view?
Currently, you just see the archway that goes to a corner leading west. It'd be 30 feet for you to get to that corner to actually get line of sight on the combat.
Me and the robot will advance then to
All right.
see the thing.
Yeah, you get to the corner. In front of you can see the lieutenant. In front of him, the room full of the 4 cubicles. 4 shadows appear to be swarming over Gilbert along with a vampire spawn. The vampire spawn seems to have grabbed onto Gilbert and is currently maneuvering his neck closer to her mouth.
And
No idea what
Gilbert-
she's gotten herself into.
And
You know,
Gilbert
I would be
couldn't
willing
look
to
any
watch
less
that.
impressed.
I would
Wait.
really be willing to watch that because I want to see what's going to happen when one undead bites another one to feed on it.
I know,
And I
right?
think
For science.
I'll start shooting at the shadows.
Okay.
How many hits?
That is 3 hits.
I would put 2 on one and 1 on the other.
All right.
First one is 32 magical person.
-1 shadow.
I should have added my modifier twice on that one. Oh well. This one gets 28 magical person.
All right. 2 of the shadows have been destroyed.
Good. Robot's on my flank. Robot dodges for its thing. This concludes my turn.
Okay. Gavin.
So we're fighting Vampire Lady and
And shadows.
Shadows. Can I attack Shadows?
If you can get there, how much movement speed do you have?
40.
All right, yeah, that would get you right up to where the lieutenant is, which would be 5 feet away from the closest shadow.
That's within range.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Well, another question though, like, is a shadow a fiend and whatnot?
It is an undead.
Is it undead a fiend?
No, undead are undead.
Where's the vampire lady?
She's over by Gilbert. Would be 15 feet away from you.
Is she a fiend?
No.
Alright then. David is going to run the full 40 feet.
Mhm.
Oh wait, I'm gonna pop my rage and then run the 40 feet. And I'm going to reckless attack. If it copies the base.
All right. Those both hit.
Alrighty. And since I ran a full 20 feet, I'm going to use that to have a bonus extra attack action and attack it. I think I have advantage.
Okay. While you would normally be able to do so, you've already destroyed the shadow you could reach.
Oh.
There's only one shadow left, and it's 10 feet away from you.
Can I throw my longsword at it? Or is that?
Sure,
that
if you
be-
really want to.
That's all I can think of.
I mean, do you have to be greedy and try to kill every one of them? I mean, you already killed one, and the other one's out of range, so...
Well, I don't know. How far can I throw a longsword?
20 feet.
Alright. What do I have to roll for it?
Be a dex attack.
Attack? No, like, roll to hit?
Right, it would be a roll to hit. It'd be a d20 plus your dex mod.
Okay. Dang it, I usually get advantage on it.
That is not quite correct. Your sword goes clanging off down the hallway. Everyone stops and looks at it as it skitters all the way to the end of the room.
Hey, I distracted them. Shouldn't that, like, I don't know,
That should... No.
give
No.
people advantage?
No.
Give people advantage. I distracted everybody.
Yeah, allies and enemies, so everybody just stopped doing, huh? So nobody got advantage.
Yeah, everyone was just kind of looking at you with this odd look of, did you intend to do that?
Oh, great. Now I'm thinking of, like, hello, my baby. How to just, like, slowly, like, slide off screen.
Well, you're out of movement, so anything else?
Nope. I've
Alright.
done almost everything.
Okay, that shadowy horror, Gilbert, will step right up to you. It does not appear to care about the light. And it seems to seize all of the shadows that are being cast by your light, and they begin to writhe. Tentacles form and attack everyone within 60 feet of him. That's everyone, so I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Is this versus Falme magic?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'm assuming I'm
And
too
is
far away
anybody
for
in my
combat.
range to get my aura?
What's the range of your aura?
10 feet.
No, they all retreated away from you.
Ha!
Or they couldn't reach you. You were kind of far
Dexterity?
ahead. Dex.
Actually, a plus 11, but I rolled a nat 1 anyway.
Alright, is that everyone?
Yep.
Alright, let's see. So... Would look like David and the second lieutenant are the only two that failed.
I'm sorry. What are we rolling for?
They will take 23 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. 23. So 30. No. So 11.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Apologize.
That's fine. From the second cubicle, another one of these horrors emerge and closes to melee with Gilbert. Does the 23 hit you, Gilbert?
It does.
Alright. You take 12 slashing damage, and I need a wisdom save from you.
Ruh-oh.
Wisdom.
Yes.
Magic effect?
No, frightened effect.
Can Death Knights be frightened?
Under hasn't actually given me a fear of death. That's just me as a player who doesn't fear it.
Ah,
You're fine as it reaches in to bite you.
Kinky.
It doesn't. Two more of these guys emerge from the other two cubicles. One of which moves forward, again with the claw bite on Gilbert. Does a 22 hit you?
It does.
So that is a total of 43 slashing and piercing, and I need another wisdom save from you. Alright. The other guy will seize control of the shadows again, causing tentacles, and I need everyone to make a dex save. David, crazy? Dex saves?
Is it? I'm not sure. Is it seen or unseen?
It is seen. You definitely see your own shadow try to choke you to death.
Ugh. Wait a minute. Where's the light?
Gilbert has the light.
Turn it off, you idiot!
Alright, Gilbert's the only one who failed that. And he takes 22 necrotic damage.
Did I really fail that?
Alright, and it is Crazy's turn.
you can't choke that
Yay.
which does not require breath, you fool.
How far away are they from me?
30 feet.
Okay, I want to fly over on my broom.
Alright.
Start attacking.
Alright, so
fucking
you have
fun.
some options. You have 4 of these shadowy horrors, 1 normal shadow, and the vampire spawn. What do you want to attack?
The vampire.
Alright.
After all, hit, right?
Yes, you have to roll to hit. Alright, you hit her.
Does that hit? Can I roll the other 2 times? Did it?
Sure. Those all hit.
Okay. Roll for.
All right, yeah, you start wailing on her.
Is she dead?
No, no, she's not.
Damn. Um, then I want to action surge 3 more times.
All right. I mean, a 28 will hit. Are you going to roll the other two?
Yeah.
All right. Those all hit. All right. Now, remind me, is your weapon magical?
Um, it's uh, it's a +3 battle axe.
All right. Yep. So yes, it is. All right. Yeah, you start chopping into her. She
Wait,
is-
wasn't the +3 battle axe thing from that buff we put on it?
I don't remember.
Because I don't think we ever found a magic +3 battle axe. I don't remember that being a magic item.
It's
I
just the
don't
Rod of
remember.
Lordly Might. So I think it had a battle axe function.
I think we straight up lost that item.
Oh, I used it last session. Yeah, I used it as a battery.
Yeah, but Nala has that.
I don't remember.
All right. We'll look at it after the fight. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that bloodies the vampire.
Awesome.
All right. Anything else?
Nope. No.
All right, Gilbert.
Gilbert's still grappled by the vampire who's trying to bite his neck.
Uh huh.
Gilbert's going to look at her and say, well, I'm sure some men might be into this. I am not. Gilbert will expend 5 feet of movement to escape grapple. And you said she's bloody?
Yes.
Yeah, once he slides out of the grapple, he will make 2 attacks on her.
Okie dokie. Those both hit.
Gilbert will stick a 3rd level smite on that. Does she catch the oof?
She bursts into ash.
Rest in Betsy.
Are there any shadows next to me? Or is it
Yes.
just the big spooky guys?
There's still one shadow.
Quicken, tase the shadow.
All right. That hits.
20 lightning damage, and it loses its reaction.
Okay. Yeah, you shock it. You can see it damages it. Does not appear to be particularly effective, though.
Oh well.
All right, War.
I think I'm gonna do something different since my bolts are not working. I think I am going. So, how many of the shadow things are left? One and the vampire lady, right?
The vampire is dead. There's one normal shadow and 4 very much big, nasty shadows.
More shadows? Shit. Okay then. I am going to take. I'm going to move forward so I don't hit as many party.
Mystery cut off. So you move forward.
I think I'm going to move forward so I won't hit as many party members. And I am going to take a deep breath and breathe.
All right. Well, with your movement, you could hit 3 of these guys and no party members, or all 4 of them and Gilbert.
I'll take all 4 and to Gilbert.
Okay. What kind of save? And the normal shadow too. So 5 of them and Gilbert.
Con save.
Con save. All right.
Yes, con.
Wait, from a red dragon's fire breath?
Yes.
That's Dex.
What? Okay, I have con on my sheet, but if it's Dex, I will change it to Dex. Dex. I am a monk. That is a better save for me anyway. That means I need to beat a 19. And he did not beat that.
Is it magical
No.
effect under?
No, it's not. It's Dragon Breath.
Do you have one of those dragon scale shields, Gilbert?
Yeah, I'm all good. I got a cloak.
And it's an adult Dragon Breath, right?
Yes, it's adult.
So it just has to get a DC of 21. I don't know. It doesn't scale. It's exactly the same as from the monster stat block.
Okay, yes. It's 21.
Okay, so let's see what these guys do.
It does give you advantage.
Now let me roll and see if I get a 20 in case.
Wait, why are you rolling, Mister? You shouldn't have to roll for your own breath weapon.
Yeah, I just rolled. Yeah, I rolled the. I don't know why I rolled the hit. I don't know. But there's my breath weapon. It's
67? All right.
7 points of fire damage.
Gilbert, you have the advantage. Because the dragon cloak.
This does destroy the normal shadow.
What do you mean advantage? It gives me resistance.
Gives you both.
Wait, what?
I'm not sure if it just applies to fire breath or all dragon breath, but I'm pretty sure.
It's all Dragon Breath weapons, and this counts.
Yeah, I figured the boss could handle it.
Yes, that destroys the last normal shadow. Just the big beefy guys who are looking a little worse for wear from that.
Okay.
And then we'll back up a bit. There you go, boss.
Thank you, War.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Then it is the second lieutenant's turn.
What do I see?
You can see 4 of these big shadowy guys attacking Gilbert in various fashions.
And the vampire?
Destroyed.
I'm gonna how many of those can I hit with a sunbeam without hitting friendlies?
1. You'd have to shoot through Gilbert to hit the other 3.
Is there any way I can maneuver around to get a better shot?
Ceiling's too low in this room.
I'm just gonna hit the one with sunbeam then.
Okay.
That is gonna be. Stand by. That's gonna be 68 radiant.
So, con save, right?
Correct. Save for half and not to be blinded.
That does appear to be particularly effective. And yeah, that heavily damages him.
Additionally, there is now a mote of brilliant radiance shining in my hand, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius, dim light for an additional 30 feet. That light is sunlight.
Oh, nice. Okay. Anything else?
That will be it.
All right, Dean.
How many targets could I get in a 20-foot cone?
If you don't care about friendlies, 2.
If I do care about friendlies, just the one?
Just the 1.
Okay. How far away from the closest hostile?
You are 10 feet away from the closest hostile.
This probably isn't going to help, but this is the only other non-piercing damage I got. I'm going to pull out that spooky staff. And me and the robot are going to wail a tune on the closest spook.
Okay.
This is a spooky staff hits.
Mm-hmm. They both hit.
Okay, that's going to be 21 bludgeoning. The rest is going to be necrotic. Does any of it seem to take effect?
Actually, the necrotic does. The bludgeoning just passes right through it without effect.
All right. I'm not healing this thing, am I?
No, it looks like it got hurt.
All right, good. And then the robot attacks.
All right. Your attack did seem to bloody it.
Nice. Think that hits.
It does.
We'll go ahead and empower this with Arcane Jolt. It'll be a total of 31 force damage.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me.
All right, David.
Where's the enemy?
10 feet in front of you.
I attack enemy.
With your fists, you threw your sword.
Oh, I have my mace and stuff too.
Ah, okay.
Speaking of my sword, where did that go?
Other end of the room.
How far away?
That is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet away.
Damn. Alright. Yeah, I will. So how many enemies are there, if I may ask?
4.
And how far distance are they to each other? And me? Let's say I
Distances.
go domino style.
Okay, well, one of them is not in line with the others. So forward and to the right, 10 feet away, is one inside, just inside the stall. And it's fighting Gilbert in melee, 10 feet away from you. The other side of Gilbert, 15 feet away from you, which is not in line with that previous guy, is another one. 5 feet behind that guy is another one, so 20 feet from you, and then 10 feet behind him, 30 feet from you is the last guy.
Okay, so 10, 15, 20. What was the last one?
30.
30? That's not going to work. Would it be a possibility for me to rampage and use one of my attacks on the 15 one and push him with a strength check to the one that's 5 feet, and it can count as my 20 feet to attack the one that's 20 feet at the same time?
They're incorporeal. You can't push them.
Push a dude?
They are not solid. You have nothing to push on.
Gross.
Oh. Wait, are those shadows?
They're technically shadow horrors, but yes.
Damn, my idea was good though, bruh. Alright then. Wait, okay, is the one that's 20 feet in if I run towards the 20 feet one, will I be passing the 15 feet one, or can I go around him? Or not around, can I go, is he right between us?
The 15-foot guy, the guy 15 feet away from you, is filling the hall. You cannot get past him to get to the 20 or 30-foot guy in melee.
Can't you just go through them? They're ghosts.
Yes, I suppose you could try running through them.
Oh,
could do
but I
that.
thought that they probably have an attack of opportunity, though.
They probably would, yes.
Yeah, so I don't want to get hit. Duh. Alright then, I guess I'll go straight for the 15-foot away one and use the reckless.
You mean the 10-foot one or the 15-foot one?
15 one.
Okay.
The one that's not fighting anybody, right?
He's fighting Gilbert. The 10 and 15 are both fighting Gilbert.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, the 15 one.
Alright.
Oh, kill steal, hopefully.
They both hit.
Yay!
Or do they? Actually, yeah, I think that's a magic mace with extra things.
Oh, only for fiends, though.
Oh,
Oh, and undead.
Fiends and undead. It
I
will
was about to say.
be shadows. It is the mace of disruption. It will definitely work on these shadow monsters.
Alright, that bloodies them.
Damn. Can I
They
spit on
fall
it?
below 24, they have to roll to see if they go oof or not.
These are not undead. These are aberrations.
Eat one of the. Can I eat the shadow?
You could try, I suppose.
I'm how many? What? We're
So are you just gonna move forward and try to suck it up like it's liquid or something? You know, pull like a
Sure.
Kirby move.
Can I lean for? Does this look like a dude?
It's kind of androgynous.
No, but there has to be some sort of figure.
Not really.
Blob. Fine then. If I can identify.
I mean, this is what it looks like. You tell me if this is male or female.
Ooh, true. Well, I mean, I can see where maybe a cheek would be. Wait, can I pull off the blanket?
The blanket is incorporeal. It's part of it.
Oh. I hug him. See what happens.
All right, you
Just
hug him.
Jump and hug. Would it be an attack if I use strength to really hug him?
Yes, it would. That would be more of an attack. So are you trying to imbibe him
I want
or
to-
not?
I don't know what that means. What's imbibe?
Literally pull a Kirby. Are you trying to pull a Kirby here?
Yes.
All right.
Kiss and kiss him on the cheek and go.
All right. You kiss him on the cheek, and you all witness as she sucks this entire thing into her.
Nani?
I'm dead from the inside.
David, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Damn. I
Oh no, she's gonna get possessed. Spooky.
Oh, my charisma sucks. Oops.
At least it's 6. But it's pretty close.
It's a -1.
Is she within Paladin aura since she's attacking?
Yes,
one
she is actually within the Paladin aura.
-1. What do I get
That's
for
a-
Paladin for?
A +4.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Make the game more fun.
Gavid
me on my-
explodes.
Aww, that's not fair.
Standing where Gavid used to be
Aw.
is a shadow horror that appears to be now uninjured.
I'm dead.
Gave it.
Zero.
Ooh.
Your body has been reduced to a red paste that is currently decorating the floors, ceilings, and walls of this room.
Alrighty, 0 HP. I'm dead. Wait, do I not even get like 1 HP?
You had your save versus death. Unfortunately, you failed it.
Alright. Well, David's dead.
Otherwise, it would have
guys.
just given you really bad indigestion.
Dead, guys. Good luck.
All right. Oh, and it's these guys' turn right after Gabe.
David's dead.
Yes, Gabe is dead. Hence, your turn is over. So, well, they do not like that sunlight whatsoever, and they are going to swarm at the wizard. This will provoke attacks of opportunity from Gilbert, Crazy War, and Dean.
My robot also get one?
Yes.
Huzzah.
I'll put a 4th level smite on the guy I hit.
I don't have anything that can attack.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. It's optional.
I mean, all I have is my bows for attack opportunities, and I can't do anything with a bow.
Does it look like the magic slashing worked?
No, physical attacks of any kind appear to just be going through it.
Yeah, that's 8 necrotic on my end and 19 force on the robots.
Okay.
Thing spots, I can put it on my tombstone. Died by Kirby sucking a shadow thingy.
All right. Well, as they swarm past you with the help from Gilbert's Radiant Strike, which appears to be extremely effective against these guys, one of them is destroyed. The other 3 reach the second lieutenant, and well, Rip and Tear seems to be on the menu.
They are surrounded by, if that matters.
It does. That's why they're pissed off at him. So what is the second lieutenant's AC?
That's gonna be AC is 18, and then that is a +5 with shield, which I can now cast at will.
Oh, that's good.
So 23.
So 23. I think only one of them hit you.
Nice.
Now this will deal 17 slashing damage to you. What is your con save mod?
Seven.
All right, and then I guess you do actually need to make a concentration save for Sunbeam. DC is 10. I mean, just don't roll a 1 or a 2.
That's just a straight D20, right?
It's a Constitution save.
Sorry.
That's why I asked about the mod, because a lot of people had it above 10 to the point where it wouldn't matter. Alright, so you maintain concentration. And then I need a wisdom save from you for secondary effect from the Claw Strike. Okay. With that, it is Crazy's turn. Crazy?
Hello.
Hello.
It's your turn. What do you do?
How far away are they?
They're all in melee with you and the wizard.
Oh, well, fuck. I'm gonna hit him.
Okay. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. What the fuck? Oh. Eh. Those all hit?
Those all hit.
Okay.
And this is just slashing damage?
Yes.
Alright, you hit him 3 times to no apparent effect.
Fuck. Fuck it. Breath weapon.
Okay. What's the size of that cone?
5 foot by 30?
Ah, it's a line. Okay. Well, you can get 2 of them like that.
Is there any way I could move to where I could hit all 3?
No, they're surrounding the wizard, so they're a circle, essentially. Or a triangle, really, in this case. So you can really only line up a shot on
Okay.
2 of them.
Okay, I'll just hit 2 then. Do I have
Alright.
to roll to hit for that or no?
They have to make a con. They have to make. I believe it's a con save for that.
Yes.
Well, I think one passed, the other didn't.
Is that the DC to hit?
Yeah, the DC. What's the DC?
19.
Right. So one passed, one failed. So I think the one that passed only takes half damage.
Yes.
All right.
That's fucking shitty.
God damn.
Fuck. Oh, that sucked.
Yeah, the one that takes like the 3 damage just kind of like brushes the acid off of him like it's just dust.
Oh, that sucked. I think I'm done after that one.
All right. Gilbert?
All right. How many are left?
3.
3. Okay.
They've surrounded your wizard.
Close into melee.
Mm-hmm.
Does the sunlight give me any advantage on to hit?
No, it just gives them disadvantage on theirs.
Okay, who's the least wounded looking?
The one that's currently brushing off the 3 damage of acid.
Wounded is he?
He looks to have been hit by 3 points of damage from acid.
I
It's
approach
the one
him.
that blew up out of Gavid.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I approach him. I swear a vow of enmity upon his vile being, and I shall rend him asunder.
You sure you don't want to try drinking him?
You
What's the
know,
worst thing that could happen?
do have a charisma save that I think could actually was that. I could probably get away with it, I think, with my charisma save, but I don't feel like risking it. Oh, the dice mock me once more.
Yep, those both hit.
Turning them 4th levels. Shall I just roll the smite die?
Yeah, don't bother rolling physical damage. They're immune to them.
Radiant.
That takes him from almost fresh to badly bloodied in 1 blow.
Okay. I take my thumb, I shove it up his incorporeal ass, and I tase him.
Alright.
Once the tasing.
Hit. Well, you got his attention now.
With what? The massive radiant damage or the fact I stuck my thumb up his ass?
Do you really want an answer to that?
Yes, I do.
The answer is yes.
Oh, the radiant damage more than made him want to kill you.
Well, if he wants, he can try to get inside me.
It's funny you should mention that. Anyway, this would be War's turn, I believe.
I believe I am going to start using some spells. I am going to cast guiding bolt against one of those skeleton thingy maduggers.
All right, the bloodied one or the 2 injured but not bloodied yet one.
The bloodied one.
Okay. I believe guiding bolt is an attack roll.
I'm just trying to figure out what it is, what the bonuses are for it. Give me a second.
Proficiency plus wisdom.
Proficiency plus wisdom would make it a
11?
yeah, 11. Yeah.
You hit him.
That's radiant damage, and the next attacks against it have advantage.
All right. Anything else as you blast this guy?
No. That
Alright.
is radiant damage, yeah.
Yep. Noted. It is very effective. Second Lieutenant, you have a target-rich environment around you.
Okay. Is there any position that I could move to where I would be able to hit all? Let me rephrase. Where can I move to hit the most of them?
If you were to move on to the other side of one of them, you would provoke an attack of opportunity, but you'd be able to shoot 2 of them. Unfortunately,
Okay.
they're surrounding you, so you can't get all 3.
Okay, I'm going to Misty Step, bonus action, to the other side of one of them, just out of melee range.
Mhm.
And I'm going to apply another Radiant Blast.
Okay.
Sunbeam.
Yep, and that's a con save?
Saves 18, I believe.
Me?
Alright, well, they
Uh,
failed.
19. Save is 19.
Still failed.
Okay, they take full damage and are blinded by that, if they can be blinded.
This is Radiant, right?
Yep.
The super bloodied one is destroyed. And one of the other ones is now bloodied.
And that'll do.
Okay, Dean.
My eyes on the fresh bloodied one.
Ah.
Me and the robot are going to gank him.
Alright, you have advantage on your attacks because he is blind.
So,
Both hits.
does that cut the mustard? To hit.
Yes. They are very big and easy targets. They don't really have much armor.
Okay. That's 16 force, and then the rest is necrotic. Would it make it easier to separate these damage types?
Nah.
Alright. And that'll conclude my turn.
Okay. These guys. Well, the bloody one's going to turn around and try to attack the wizard despite being blind.
Okay.
Does he have to move to do the thing?
Yes, he has to move like 5 feet.
Because I'm right next to him. And the
That
robot is
is- would appear to be 23.
Well, he missed. And he didn't move far enough, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
Alright, the other one that you guys didn't attack is going to attempt to grapple Gilbert. Gilbert.
I'm sorry, I missed the prompt.
I said the monster is trying to grapple you.
You must contest
Alright.
it.
So
He may attempt to.
Alright, well, acrobatics or athletics. Yeah, well, he cannot. So he's just going to lash out with shadows instead. Everybody needs to make a dex save.
Everybody has to make one.
Everybody needs to make dex saves. Is it 60
For the
foot range?
necrotic damage,
Yeah, from the necrotic damage.
we're just gonna choose to not.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's just gonna stare at this guy while Gilbert's shadow attempts to strangle him.
Does Paladin Or come to play or nah?
It would for Crazy. He's the only one close enough.
Gotcha.
And you need to actually roll dice crazy. You can't just say 20.
Oh,
It's a nice try, though.
I didn't realize I did that.
Oh, Robot's
It
gonna
is.
get hurt.
It's plus dex modifier, right? Not athletics or anything like that.
It's your dexterity save modifier, yes. And also plus 4 from the Paladin aura.
Oh,
Robot's gonna be taking the 555 deal. Be taking all the damage.
Probably. The robot takes 34 necrotic damage. It was the only one to fail it.
Ouch.
Is the robot still up?
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay,
yeah.
good.
He chunky.
Good, he doesn't get sucked into the Shadowfell. Alright, Crazy, it is your turn.
and it's still the. There's things.
There are 2 of them left. Yes, one close by to you. It was trying to grapple Gilbert before it exploded in shadow. The other is over by the wizard. The one closer to you is not bloodied. The one by the wizard is bloodied.
Is the wizard good or bad? Good or bad?
Well, that would depend all on who you ask, I suppose. Like, what do you mean by he's a good wizard or a bad wizard? He can cast spells with a certain amount of competence, yes.
Okay. Well, I can't attack the fuckers. So I'm gonna hop back on my broom. I'm gonna go grab the wizard, and I'm gonna fly the fuck away.
Alright. Is the wizard going to resist this at all?
No.
Alright.
He'll be okay.
Well, he does have the
Trust
opportunity
me.
to resist if he did want to. So, yeah, you grab him, he grabs hold of you, and you start flying down the hallway away from all this mess. This does provoke an attack of opportunity against you from the first guy.
Okay. What do I need to roll?
He makes an attack. I don't think a 10 will hit you. So yeah, you're good to go.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, you just,
Okay.
it's fine. You escape, you grab him, you fly away. Gilbert, it is your turn.
So that that guy that just attempted to stuff himself inside me. Is he still there?
Yes.
I'm gonna punch him in the face to tase him with shocking grasp as a bonus action.
Uh-huh. You hit him.
He loses his reaction and takes 19 lightning damage. Is he still here?
Yes, he was not bloodied.
Wait, what?
There were 2 that were fighting you. A very bloodied one that got blown up, and one that was not bloodied. That's the one you just punched. The one over by the wizard got shot by the wizard for a fuckload of radiant damage and is now bloodied.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was misunderstanding on my part. In that case, I did not get a 26 to hit because I would not have advantage on this guy. I thought I was hitting the guy
A
that I had
16
vowed
still would
advantage.
have hit him.
Oh, okay.
So it's fine.
I'm gonna give this guy the pokey pokey.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna show him the hokey pokey.
I mean, usually you got to pay for that, but okay. Yeah, those both hit.
He is paying for it with his life. Second and third. $37 radiant pokey damage.
Well, he's now bloodied.
And I'm going to shout some obscenities of how pathetic his existence is.
Okay. You shout
I don't know.
obscenities back at him.
I don't know. I'll call him some far realm mistake. I don't know. That'll be my turn.
Yeah, he responds telepathically and calls you a cheap cosmic whore.
I flip him the bird.
He
Gilbert, you're a
questions.
cosmic
He
whore.
questions if you're now in a negotiation. You know, was that an offer?
Come at me.
All right, War, it's your turn.
Gilbert has evolved. No
Mr.
longer an
Year.
undead menace. Now a cosmic whore.
It's your turn, War. What you doing?
Let's see. I am going to cast I'm a guiding bolt the monster again.
Okay. That hits.
$20 more radiant damage.
All right, he explodes into nothingness. There's only the blind one left.
Good.
Anything else?
No, I don't have anything left. No.
All right, second lieutenant.
What do I see?
From being carried by the guy in the broom, you can see 20 feet away from you is this blind, shadowy horror.
Do I have a shot on it?
You do.
$32 radiant.
He did. He just evaporates from that shot. And you guys are out of initiative.
Well, how's everybody look?
Looks like someone's paced. Other than that, I myself am okay, and I start lighting my robot on fire.
Pulls out a spray can and a match.
Basically, I'm blowtorching the robot and healing it.
Lieutenant,
Yes.
how do you look?
Bloodied, and there's nothing you can really do about it unless you want to wait for certain things to occur.
Crazy? How does crazy look?
Yes. What?
How do you look health wise? Would you say that you're bloody?
I would say I'm bloody. Definitely bloody.
War? What about you?
War never got touched.
Well, I'm not doing so hot either.
What about our exploded? Barbarian?
Yeah, I just see the mace I don't know what other equipment is there, but yeah.
I mean, yeah. What are we gonna do about our exploded barbarian?
Do you want to post your inventory?
I'll go pick up her longsword.
Forgot about that.
All right. Well, Crazy, when you're down over at the end of the room, picking up the longsword, you do notice that in the last stall, there is a small chest.
Oh, yay! A small chest.
Cool. I will carry it over to everybody else.
All right.
That's how you do it. There,
Do
he
you
just
carry
brings,
or does it carry you?
he just brings it over to everybody. Like, here, guys, look what I found.
Is there a lock on it under?
There is a keyhole, yes.
Crazy, would you like to? You found it.
Sure. I want to break the fucker open. Because I don't have a key.
Works for me.
All right. So you're just like, what, hitting it with the pommel of your sword to just kind of bash it open?
Yeah, I'll hit it with the pommel of the longsword I just picked up.
Okay. Well, go ahead and, make an athletics check to force it open.
Oh, okay. This is a good roll. Oh, fuck. Shit. Would have liked better than a 2, but
All right.
okay.
So you're like trying to get like the angle right with your pommel, and then your hand slips, and you end up like smacking yourself right in the face.
Awesome.
At least you didn't stab yourself.
Fuck it. Let's try again.
Okay.
I will try this until I get it right.
All right. Yeah, you
better.
just kind of pull it open. You can hear like a snapping sound as the lock just kind of breaks under your efforts. And inside you see a femur.
Okay.
Like a humanoid femur?
Yeah, exactly like human femur. Of course, you notice one end of it looks to have like a little seam on it, like you might be able to unscrew part of the bone from it. Like the top of it can come off.
Ooh.
Well, Crazy, try to unscrew it.
Can I just break the fucker?
No, just unscrew it. Don't break it. It can be something valuable. Fuck. Quit breaking things.
Yeah,
Well,
with
I
your
like breaking
lock
things.
face. Just unscrew it. It could be something valuable.
I'll unscrew it then.
All right, yeah, it just kind of has like some coarse threads, and you unscrew it, revealing that the inside of the bone is hollow, and you can see a rolled up scroll inside.
Gilbert's
Okay.
going to step back 5 feet, plant the shield on the ground, and take cover behind it.
What kind of scroll is it?
I'm gonna attempt to read the scroll.
All right, you unfurl the scroll. It appears to be covered in braille.
Anybody know how to read Braille?
Technically, this is deep speech, but yes.
I don't know.
Anyone
what that
read
is
deep
either.
speech?
I can in 10 minutes if no one else does.
I do not know how to read it.
Turns out it's armed with a warning that only triggers if they understand the message as I prepared explosive runes this morning.
I'll ritual cast comprehend languages for it.
Okay. All right, you cast comprehend languages, which allows you to read the scroll. This is in deep speech, A scroll of true resurrection.
Oh shit.
Well, we could keep that, or we could bring back Cece.
Yep, do both with a wish. Would
Maybe.
resurrection be enough to get CC back?
Just trying to get me back?
I don't know. Do you want to come back?
Sure. It'd be nice.
Do
Could
you
we have
really want to though?
Actually, wait. What school is True Resurrection under? Like what?
It's necromancy.
I'm sorry, not school. Class.
Cleric, maybe bard.
Clerics for sure. I don't think it's on the normal bard list.
So,
No one can naturally cast it without having a chance of failure.
do we take that chance?
I'm a cleric.
Well, are you 9th level? Like, can you cast 9th level spells with your cleric feature?
Well, no. I'm only a first level cleric. I mean, but still, I'm a cleric.
The other thing is you need to be able to read the scroll to cast it.
No, I can't do that.
Looks like only clerics and druids naturally know.
I can't read it, so I can't cast it.
You guys can just wait until you find a cleric. I mean, how much gold do we have? You can hire one. That's it. If you
Much.
really want me back.
Yeah, I mean,
The
yeah,
money
but we
isn't
have-
the problem. The problem is
and-
availability.
You know,
Teleporting
a bunch of us
spell.
look kind of fucked up, right?
Say again?
A bunch of us look kind of fucked up, right?
Yeah.
Right.
About half.
How about we
Like
find a
that's-
nice place to bunk down for a little bit?
Sounds good.
Anywhere between 1 and 12 hours.
Works for me.
I like the 12-hour idea.
Actually, under how long until we can take our next long rest?
6 hours? Oh, wait,
6
no,
hours?
you took a short rest, so 5 hours.
5 hours.
You basically spent the morning coming down here.
What do you guys want to do? Continue adventuring for a little bit, or shall we take a rest?
I don't think we need to rush for any particular reason. About half the party's really hurt, so I think we should rest.
That sounds like a
Alright.
plan. I can get behind that idea.
Well, in that case, Lieutenant Dean, I need you to keep an eye on my stuff. Don't let anybody take it. I'll be back in 1 to 12 hours.
What?
Going somewhere?
Yeah. As you can see, my undead body isn't exactly holding together. I gotta refresh. Keep an
Rest
eye on my
naturally.
shit.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Okay.
So, under Gilbert's gonna find a nice corner to sit down in, organize all of his shit into, convenient piles,
Mhm, mhm.
take off his helmet, put that off to the side, and slice his own head off.
Yep. Yep. You do that. You die.
D12 time.
D12 time. So are you guys taking the rest in the blood-soaked stall room?
Where did Gilbert commit seppuku?
I imagine wherever you guys end up taking your rest is where he did it.
Pretty much.
That's why
Yeah,
I'm
I
asking.
just I killed myself wherever it is we brought the chest to.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and have the robot squeegee as much CC as there is to squeegee together in a giant pile. Robot doesn't need a rest.
Okay. Well, yeah, the robot can play Zamboni.
During this time, the second lieutenant is going to cast Demiplane, step into a Demiplane, and then step back out looking refreshed.
Mm-hmm. But seriously, where are you guys taking your rest? It matters.
Can
We'll
we
do it in the cubicle room.
fall back to a safer room?
And I don't really care where.
Let's just do it in the cubicle.
While we're resting, why don't we check all the nooks and crannies? I'll go and do that.
All right, sure. Make an investigation check.
Oh, and I rolled a 5 on refresh.
I see. Yes. So when they start their long rest, you'll come back.
Yep.
Oh,
I want
for
to
the spell
help make me
ability. Oh, never mind. Cool. That's the thing.
Okay. Yeah, you find some like decrepit furniture, some tattered diaries that are no longer readable, a spare set of what appears to be traveling clothes, and that's it. Besides that chest.
Does the traveling clothes look like it'd fit the barbarian?
David?
Yeah.
They might. I mean, it's basically a giant potato sack with arm and head hole cut into him.
Just in case she doesn't have a spare set, I'll take them.
They're not exactly the highest quality, but sure.
Better than being naked.
So, why didn't you just make me get possessed or something? Why explosion?
Because these are spooky ghosts.
Because explosion's more fun.
Because I didn't expect you to actually try and grapple and then imbibe them. It's sort of the reverse of what they normally do.
Cool. And yeah, I don't mind. If you guys want David back, that's awesome.
I don't think that's a big problem for us to get the back. I mean, is there enough material here for resurrection? Or is this going to require the 9th level spell, True Resurrection? Because I think you touch a dead creature kind of falls into your judgment call. Under.
I was holding the wrong key. Sorry. I was holding the shift key instead. Yeah, I was saying that since you had the robot kind of squeegeeing up the bits of her all over the room, yeah, you can probably get enough that resurrection would work.
All right.
Without having to resort to extreme measures.
Does Lieutenant or Second Lieutenant have access to a 9th level spell for today?
The lieutenant does.
We're about to bunk down for a long rest anyway, so I don't think burning the 9th level spell slot resurrection the CC will be too much. What do you think?
The lieutenant does not have that spell.
But Wish will allow for it.
I thought resurrection was 9th level.
Resurrection, the 7th level spell.
Yeah, we could do that.
All right. Yes, you use your wish to cast Resurrection. A naked Gavid appears in front of you.
Yay! Gavid's back. Put some clothes on.
3 seconds.
Break.
He's so fabulous.
Oh God, are you doing what is his name? There is a naked big. What is
I
it?
just
Oh, booty prisoner from One Punch Man. Yes.
gave it like do this when he's resurrected. I am not ashamed of my.
Well, except for the fact that he doesn't look anything like a little kid, yeah. There's no problem with
Of
you
course,
doing that.
not the little kid part.
Now, if you wanted them to reincarnate you could have come back as a halfling or a gnome, which might have made you look like a little kid.
Oh, vey. Hello, boys and girls. Yeah.
I look a bit disgusted. I'm gonna give you the clothes I found. Put something on, please.
I wiggle my lower half and just hey, thank no, thank you.
Just kind of cut off Gavid's dick.
Again, I am not ashamed of my male body.
Did we ever figure out if the wizard was good or bad?
David puts on the clothes.
I don't know what you mean by good
The
or
wizard
bad.
is the one that just brought our barbarian back. That's the lieutenant.
Indeed,
Well,
for giving.
was the wizard a part of our party or no?
Yeah, he's the lieutenant.
Oh, okay. I did not
Wait.
know that. That's what confused me.
Ah,
Why? What?
Wonder.
What?
For importance sake, only my body got destroyed, right?
Yeah?
Okay, does that mean like my Morning Star and Mace of Destruction?
Yeah, your
body-
equipment's fine. It's just blood covered at the moment.
Can I go get my longsword?
Yeah, it's all stacked up with your equipment where the party's camping.
Well, I don't know. I've
I'm
been
saying
dead.
yes.
Thank you. David gonna re-equip to shit.
Next time, don't be dumb.
It's not my fault I rolled a fucking D, break the fourth wall.
I don't know what you're talking about. Rolling what? You tried to eat a ghost. That was not smart.
Also, Cece, because you're coming back from Resurrection,
Me?
you have a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Every time
Means
you
like
finish a long rest, that penalty will go down by 1 until it disappears.
Or to attack.
Attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks.
So pretty much. Alrighty. Wait, are we doing a long thingy now? So doesn't mean one. It's only 3 then.
When it's finished, yes.
Let's go bed, boys.
Alright, so
Oh,
as you guys begin your long rest, Gilbert reappears.
Ah, yes. Undead Nards. Just what you all wanted to see. And
Nards
Gilbert's
you
going to
wanted to see.
immediately get dressed and reattune.
Mm-hmm.
What is up with everybody showing up naked? I mean,
that's what happens. They don't come up with their equipment.
I mean,
If you die, we bring you back from like chunky salsa. Something's gonna happen to you.
Actually, wait. This raises a question. Under, if I appear in the same spot where I died, does that mean there's a chance that I reappeared wearing some of my own armor as I reformed?
If your armor was perfectly in place where you died, yes.
I mean, you slit your throat. Try doing it while you're lying down. Maybe that'll do the trick.
Yeah, Dean, I need to get with you on a system for this. I can just get dressed immediately on respawn. So yeah, Gilbert's gonna get dressed and reattune.
Okay. All right, but your 8 hours of rest pass without incident otherwise.
Right.
Oh, thank God you guys are finally awake.
I'm going to go ahead and attune my shield to be resistant to force with Artificer Shenanigans.
Okay. So what do you guys do?
The only thing we can do, Underdark. Adventure.
Wait a second. How many hours of downtime do we have before long rest? I forget.
5.
Could I have gotten my familiar back? It did not hit me till right now.
Sure.
Yeah, it turns out the thing in all caps next to my hit points reminds me, hey, your familiar's down. Great.
Anybody have food? I'm hungry.
Under?
What?
Unless the party resists, I would like to lead us back to the ghost room. Oh, the statue. And that passage that goes east.
Yeah, let's do the thing.
Okay. So as you guys walk through the ritual chamber with the Book of Cat Summoning, though you have the book just where it was, you walk through the southeast archway, through the short corridor, and into the room where you had previously fought those ghosts. There is a corridor leading out east from the southeast corner of this room, as well as the other entrances.
Going to see invisibility myself and Robit.
You cast See Invisibility. You see, in this room, a dozen invisible gnomes working to build invisible statues as if to replace the ones you guys destroyed. They appear to pay you guys no mind as you enter the room.
So like I'm just right out of the hookah lounge, you know, because I always do the drugs before we leave. And I'm just kind of like they're gawking, and I'm like moving my eye, like what the fuck is that? Do you see that, guys? Do you see those fucking invisible gnomes?
Lieutenant,
What?
I think he's having a bad trip.
Oh man, look, dude! And I'm gonna like, I'm gonna like,
Size of that chicken.
no, I'm gonna go ahead and shake Mister, and I'm gonna cast the invisibility to him. Look, dude, look!
What the hell? It's little people building statues. What the shit?
Gilbert will also cast See Invisibility.
Do we kill him, boss? Do we kill him?
You also see the invisible masonry gnomes building an invisible statue set.
I'm gonna like call out to them in Dwarvish. Hey, what are you doing?
They make no response at all. They appear to be ignoring you.
Is there a gnome that's walking by at this point?
There are several.
I'd like to try to take his hat.
All right, you reach down, and you're going to need to make a grapple check.
And they
Athletics.
really value their hats. No.
There's a
Oh,
chance.
shit.
There's a chance.
Not quite.
Ooh.
He just like deftly just steps to the side as your hand comes down while carrying what looks to be like a 50-pound chunk of stone. And he doesn't even miss a beat and just keeps walking. It's like evading people like you would be nothing to him.
Either these are very dexterous gnomes, or gnomes have innate advantage and a large modifier towards protecting their hats, and I'm not sure which I like more.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
You're a wizard, Harry.
They ignore you and continue working on their statues.
Is there any chance we can talk to the proprietor of this fine dungeon? We need to like save the world like for the third time. It would save us a lot of hassle. And it would also save you a lot of work too, because we're just blindly blundering our way through this dungeon to get to the boss.
I mean, at this point, I think it would be kind of rude to circumvent the dungeon. I mean, after all, they went through all this effort to make such a delightful trap for us.
Well, yes, just want to introduce the option to them.
Nah, Gilbert's just gonna walk down the east corridor.
Okay.
I would like to attempt to touch one of these gnomes, just to make sure that I'm not seeing shit one last time.
Alright, well, that's a grapple check. Not advantage, because you're not trying to grab the hat. But they appear to be evading you.
Robot. So the robot attempts to touch.
Alright, the robot touches one.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'm not
They
seeing
all
shit.
stop working and stare at the robot.
Don't mind the robot, just make sure I'm not seeing shit. Wouldn't be the first time I saw shit in the dungeon that other people wasn't able to see.
They are now
Man,
staring
Fellas,
at
have a
you.
fine-
Can we touch them with our arrows?
No, there's no
It's
need.
going to hasten his walk.
I'll go ahead and like beckon the robot to follow me.
Can somebody tell me where one is so I can kick it into a wall?
No, let's not do that.
Alright, as you guys head for that east corridor, those gnomes who have stopped all work, just staring at Dean as you guys head east. They're not moving, just their head is tracking you as you walk towards that corridor.
Sure, this is fine. I introduce my familiar and have him watch my back.
From like 20 feet up ahead, Gilbert's just gonna chastise Dean for being rude to the local workforce.
So I wasn't even sure the workforce was there. So I had to make sure I wasn't seeing shit.
Well, the corridor east heads 100 feet before turning north.
Hippity hoppity, I'm gonna find the center of this property.
Alright, you start heading north. 160 feet to an archway, which opens up into a room that is 90 feet wide and 50 feet across. A set of 3 golden coffins rest in the middle of the room, an archway leading out north.
Gilbert approaches the coffins.
All right.
Let's say within
There appears to be writing on the top. Do you speak Gnomish?
Gno.
Then you don't know what it says.
Dean.
If anyone does not know how to speak gnome, I can in 10 minutes, so I do the thing ritually.
Soon we shall know what these gnomes have said. And it turns out it's a sign that says, Gno away.
So I take 10 minutes to cast Comprehend Languages.
All right. You cast Comprehend Languages. The top of the coffins appear to be inscriptions with names. Zokas, Merbis, Enarug, being the three names on the coffins. And they appear to have like a coat of arms with them. That would signify the three were at least part of the same unit, whether it was a family, military, you're not sure, but they belong to the same organization. The organization name apparently is the Gnomish Liberation Front.
Interesting. Do my studies in history tell me any additional information?
No, you've never heard of such a group.
Yeah.
The Gnomish Liberation Front.
It looks like they got caught and are enslaved. Should we help those gnomes? Like, are they doing this willingly?
The meme has transcended campaigns.
Anyway, yeah, I tell you the things. Is there any other ways in or out of this place?
No, there's
There's
a
a
way
north
out
path.
north.
Yeah, let's not violate these and let's head north. Gilbert will advance out of the room.
Okay. So you advance out. It goes 10 feet, heads east. For 20 feet, heads north another 20 feet before heading west. This kind of makes like a little snaky. Heads 80 feet west before turning north, going 30 feet to another room. A room that you can see as you turn the corner is filled with spider webs.
Oh man, spiders, really? Ugh.
War.
What?
Cleanse it in fire.
Okay. I kind of walk a little bit into the room and breathe fire and burn all the spider webs away.
Okay, go ahead and roll fire damage, please.
What are the odds a friendly dryad lives here, guys? What are the odds?
Did you just say a dryad or drider?
One of those things.
Well, dryad is a mystical woodland spirit. A drider is a foul abomination of Lolth's magic.
One. Yeah, those spider people.
It wasn't that much damage. Look at all the ones.
But it was good enough. You light up all of the spider webs. There's a great whoosh. There's a conflagration. Just burns out all of the spider webs, leaving behind nothing but ash.
There you go, boss. All clean.
With the spider webs gone, you can see that in the northeast corner of the room is an archway going north into another larger room. And in the southeast corner of the room, an archway leading to a straight hallway.
Gilbert will march towards the archway leading to a straight hallway after passing Laurel Wineskin.
Okay, cool. I'll take a drink. Yay.
All right. So you walk, it's an archway goes 30 feet to another archway, which opens up into a 30 by 90 room. Inside of which you see a room which has old decorative arms and armor like attached to the wall, though it's old and rusted, and you can see spider webs over a lot of it. In the center of the room is a long table, at which you see 7 figures that appear to be desiccated sit at the table, 6 on each side, 1 at the head.
All the chairs are occupied?
All the chairs are occupied.
Oh god, is this like a Skyrim dungeon level? Like if we advance any further, they're all gonna...
If they do, we'll dispatch them. Divine sense. Assuming that these desiccated humanoids are within 60 feet.
They are. And yeah, you sense that they are all undead.
Gilbert will speak to the one at the head of the table and tell him to cut the act. I know you're here. Stop playing games.
You hear a voice in your mind that says, when you get as old as I, you will find that games are all that you have left. It's not like you can release us from this torturous existence anyway.
Gilbert is going to subtle spell, cast a spell on himself. 1 sec.
Protection.
Yeah. Gilbert will subtle spell cast Enhance Ability Eagle's Splendor on himself. And then we'll ask the undead, and why is that?
Azudel claimed us. Azudel has us, and he will not let it go. I assume much the same fate awaits you.
Who were you guys?
You know, I can't remember my own name. It's been so long. So long with just that incessant screaming in our heads. We came here, I think, to vanquish a great evil. Instead, you see what became of us.
6 desiccated corpses sitting at a dining room table in a lair full of invisible gnomes. Part of something called the Gnomish Liberation Front.
Now that I think about it, that is probably why Azudel took such offense to us. Promoting the fomenting revolt among his gnomish workers.
You came here to spread the Gnomish Liberation Front.
Spread it. We started it here.
Oh god.
The gnomes were enslaved by Azudel. We sought to free them. We failed.
And who is Azudel?
He was once one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Now he is trapped beneath us. And with him, us as well.
All right then. So what was the game that you were planning to play with us in this room?
Honestly, I was just curious about what you would do. It's been so long since we've seen any living people that, quite frankly, we were curious.
Curious as to what we would do in a dining room with 6 corpses sitting at it.
Yes. Surrounded by arms and armor. Would you take the obvious bait, or would you do something else?
Under.
Mhm.
Gilbert is going to attempt to be. I guess this would be carouse. Gilbert is going to attempt to carouse with them for like an hour if he can.
You do
Is
know
that
that
something he'd
the
be able to
bodies
do?
haven't moved this entire time. This has been a conversation entirely within your head.
Everyone's just looking at
Yeah. Like, is there an open seat at the table?
There is not.
All right. Gilbert will attempt to, if it's all right, yeah, attempt to small talk with this entity for a while. Socialize.
Mhm.
After all, clearly this entity has been, without interaction for a while. It seems.
Okay. Yeah, so you can sit there and make small talk with him. Go ahead and make a charisma check. Just see how long you can keep this up. Oh yeah. He will continue to talk your ear off. Unfortunately, his memory is rather fragmented, so you only get like snippets of stuff. And it does paint a picture that there used to be another civilization that existed, and then something happened and it didn't anymore, and they blamed Azudel for it, so they sealed him in this tomb. Then him and his band of adventurers came along, and trying to get the riches that were rumored to be down here, and found only death and despair.
Interesting. All right. And about how much time is that passed?
An hour.
All right. Are there any other openings in the room?
Well, there is a archway leading out in the northeast and the southeast, and most of the way up the western wall.
Sorry, could you repeat those again?
I just posted a map. It's the top right room.
Top right. Okay, my apologies. In that case, Gilbert will attempt to politely excuse himself and thank his host for the conversation, and then lead the party through the southeast door.
All right, well, I'd say come back anytime, but you'll probably be dead.
Gilbert will
There for an
that.
entire hour in silence, basically.
Well, Gilbert would occasionally speak out loud because, new to telepathy and all that.
Ah.
But yeah, it's like listening to one half of a phone conversation for an hour. Yes, and it's exactly as annoying as it sounds. But all right, yeah, you head out that the southeast one. Goes 20 feet, head south. Then it heads south for 30 feet, then west for 30 feet, south 30 feet more. And then it snakes over to the east for another 50 feet before heading south for a full 100 feet. Then it turns west for 20 feet before heading south. About 40 feet down that southern path, you come to a T-junction. You can continue straight south or turn east.
East it is.
All right, you head east. The east corridor goes 10, 20, 30, 40, 10, 20, 30, 50 feet before ending another T-junction. Options to turn north or south.
South.
All right, you head south 10, 20, 30, 40 feet to another T-junction where you can continue straight or turn east.
Wait. That go through?
No.
Straight.
Okay, you head straight, which goes 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 feet before turning east, which then goes 30 feet to an archway opening up to a room.
How much time has passed?
That was another 10 minutes of walking.
Lord. It's like walking across campus.
Part of a maze, yeah.
What's in the room? If Gilbert has to walk in, he'll walk right in.
Yeah, well, Gilbert sees a table in the middle of the room with 4 chairs. There are 4 figures with swords. They're sitting at the table staring at each other.
Other. They're not paying us any mind.
They don't appear to be.
Gilbert will speak up and say, "Pardon our intrusion, but may we ask who you 4 are?"
All right, the one that has his back to you kind of startles a bit, and you see the one in, so that would be the one in the west. You see the north one kind of point at him as the other 3 draw swords and cut the head off the west guy right in front of you.
Ah, cutthroat staring contest.
They then push the body off the chair, look at you, and point at the chair.
What the fuck?
Gilbert will do so.
Gilbert sits down.
Gilbert will sit down.
All right, they begin staring at you.
I shall reply in kind.
All right. The minutes begin to tick by. I'm going to need a con save from you.
Con save to do what?
Not blink.
I'm an undead. Do I need to blink?
You still have the reflex,
Okay.
as do they. They are in fact also making these saves. To answer your question, no, you do not have to blink. But you still have that mental thing where you want to blink, and you want to blink really badly. So the whole party is just sitting there, and it's been like 10 minutes of Gilbert just staring down these 4 undead.
Yeah, I unholstered my weapon like the first 3 rounds after he sat down. I'm just kind of like, what the fuck?
And?
And I think more con saves are needed.
This is a really weird fucking place.
Alright, you notice that the guy to the north has blinked. The other 2 stand up and draw swords. What do you do?
Also stand up and draw sword.
Okay.
But only if all 3 of them in this previous thing, when they killed the guy whose seat I was in, stood up.
No, the guy who blinked did not stand up.
No, I mean, so I'm in the west chair, right?
Yes.
The west chair guy blinked and got his head cut off.
Uh-huh.
The guy opposite of him, the guy who just blinked, did he stand up to decapitate the west guy?
No, the north guy blinked. And I'm saying the east and south guys have stood up and drew swords.
Did all 3 of them stand up to decapitate the guy whose seat I'm in?
Yes.
In that case, I will stand up.
Okay. Do you attack with them?
Yes.
Alright, roll to hit. You have advantage.
Watch this be a nat 20.
Oh,
No.
the tease!
Just teasing.
Alright,
Are
well
we
it's
really
not
playing with white.
it's not as clean as the west guy's was, but you do hack off the head of the north one. They turn to look at Dean and point to the open chair.
Oh shit.
Boss? Fuck it, I'm gonna send my robot.
Gilbert's gonna subtle spell sending to the lieutenant and advise that everybody else step out of the room.
Okay.
All right. The 2 whites approach Dean and kind of grab you by the shoulders as if they're going to lead you over to the chair.
No shit.
It's all good, Dean. Play along.
Very well. Robot's gonna be right by my side, though.
Okay. So you take your seat.
Yeah, we'll humor this. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. Do I have any alchemical salve stuff? With all the chemical materials I have to help myself prevent blinking.
If you don't have it, I don't think so.
mean, like apply something that'll paralyze your eyelids to your face?
Shit, I don't know. Maybe.
Poison yourself with a paralytic poison
The
knife.
thing is, I couldn't even poison myself with paralytic poison because I'm immune to poison.
Ah!
Oh. Oh boy.
Well, the other two whites retake their seats, and they look expectantly at the two of you.
Gilbert continues the staring contest.
Okay.
Oh, handsability. What is it? Bear's endurance? I don't think it's gonna help. But I will cast it.
Okay. Well, then I need you guys to make Constitution saves after a minute or so.
Wait, isn't enhance ability just checks?
It is. I would have casted it regardless. It makes sense from a role-playing perspective.
True.
I'm assuming I'm in the Paladin aura.
You, in fact, are in a Paladin aura. Actually, that's a question. Do you consider the other two whites to be friendly?
No.
Okay. All right, you guys continue to stare at each other. Minutes tick by. I need another con save from everyone.
Favored by the gods.
Okay.
It's a 16.
All right.
Our reaction flash of genius. Let's make that 21.
Huh?
I'm gonna reaction flash of genius to add +5 to his save.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking at your save when you said that. I'm like, you're at a 30. How is that making it go down? Okay. All right. Minutes tick by. Another round of con saves. All right. The guy to the south blinks. The eastern white stands up and draws a sword.
Gilbert stands up and draws his sword.
You guys hear this?
I don't have a sword. I draw my hand crossbow. And I attempt to blow his head off.
I'll be right back. I think there's some kind of animal or something in my house.
Oh,
All right, Spectre. All right, well, the white attacks. You should roll to hit.
this is going to be a point blank shot. I'm not sure if I have the advantage or not.
You do, because the guy who blinked remains seated.
Can I just say thank you? This is so fun. I don't know if this is social or a puzzle, but man, is this a blast.
This is so silly.
Not every room in a dungeon needs to be spiders and golems and other shit like that.
Sometimes it's just four whites having a staring contest where the loser gets his head cut off.
All right. So yeah, the loser gets his head cut off, slumps to the ground. The white looks around. Is there anybody else in the room, or did you all back out?
There's the robot.
You know, he doesn't see that as a person.
Gilbert did tell the lieutenant to lead everyone out of the room.
Right. I just want to make sure no one actually disobeyed.
Anybody disobey?
Any mad lads among you?
CC, crazy, you want in? War?
Yeah, fuck it. I'll join.
All right. Crazy runs over and takes the seat.
Oh Lord.
The white sits back down. And begins to stare.
So a professor, a cavalier, a death knight, and a white are all sitting around a table.
Sounds like the beginning of a joke, no?
The joke is the loser gets his head cut off,
Yeah.
and that we stacked the deck.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we doing?
Con saves, because you're doing a staring contest with some undead.
So
Turns out they're actually not very good at it.
so is it just your con modifier then?
Your
turns
saving throw +4.
Turns out staring into Gilbert's eyes is like staring into a UV light. Kind of hurts because the glow.
All right. More minutes tick by. Another round of con saves. All right. More minutes tick by. Everyone's staring at each other. Another set of con saves.
So why are we doing this again?
The white
Yep.
blinks.
Gilbert stands up
Shrug, stand up.
with his sword drawn. Does this white do anything?
Nope. Just like the other three did not when it was their turn.
Gilbert moves to decapitate the white.
Roll to hit. You guys have advantage because he isn't resisting.
Crazy.
Yeah, what?
This is the part where we get decapitate him, I think.
Oh, so we're rolling to hit?
Yep, with advantage because he's effectively prone.
What is advantage?
2d20
2d20 KH1 plus your attack mod.
All right, crazy just smashes the guy, head in. The mushy, headless corpse kind of slides to the ground.
Oh, fuck.
Gilbert sits back down and starts staring at party members.
I don't think I'm gonna take my seat.
Oh, fine. Fine, Dean.
Can I take their weapons?
No,
Let's
the weapons
let's
are
leave.
basically useless.
let's leave them with their dignity.
Well, so as you guys decide to stop playing the game and step away from the table, it explodes. And I need the three of you to make Constitution saving throws as radiant fire fills the room.
Oh shit, tits. Magical, right?
Very, very magical.
Con saves?
Con saves.
Oh, look, there's that nat 20.
Let's see, the robot would have been right next to me, so
It occurs to me that the only correct way to have won this would have been if only Gilbert played the game and everyone else stayed out. then we could have killed all the undead and won whatever prize. Gilbert thinks as his body is filled with radiant energy.
Crazy? Con save, please.
I did one.
For the trap?
I thought so.
Is that what
Is
the
it
18 is?
18?
Sorry, I thought they were all
Yeah.
after the picture. My bad. Alright, well, unfortunately you failed. Everybody else succeeded and we'll take half of this.
Oh, okay. So, how much? health am I going-
132 radiant damage.
Oh.
We had a long rest, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean my health goes back up to full?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Holy fuck. Otherwise, I'd be dead.
Yeah. Lying on the ground, Gilbert's gonna be like, "Yeah, guys, I think we should have stayed out of that game, and I should have just killed the whites one at a time."
Yeah.
That was still pretty fun, though.
Yeah, sure, like getting bit by a dog. Fun.
Once you're undead, you'll get it.
Can I become undead at this point? Like, fuck. At least then I can kill myself and respawn.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's downsides to that. You might not want to make that deal.
So I've been definitely knocked out of my high, and I'm grumpy about it. I'm gonna start blowtorching the damages done to the robot.
Alright, so as the smoke clears, the surfaces of the room have been heated to the point where they have turned to glass. And in the center of the room, where the table used to be, there's a ring on the floor.
Gilbert picks it up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep on blowtorching the robot effectively until it's back to max.
It's a nice golden ring with 3 crystals in the centerpiece,
Oh, we know what this is.
2 of which appear to be cracked and broken, 1 of which glows with an inner light.
Gilbert's gonna hold on to that. So what do I call this under?
An unidentified magic thingy mabob.
I mean, it's a ring. It's definitely a magic ring. Has Gilbert actually seen one of these rings before?
Pretty sure we found one in the base underneath where that church exploded and turned into a giant man with ghost buddies, and Nala picked it up.
Well, then I'm pretty sure you know what to call it.
I just, yeah.
It's a ring of 3 wishes, though only 1 wish remains. It's a legendary item.
I want to wish to be unkillable.
You cannot kill which that never has existed.
Yeah, be careful with wishes. They get weird.
Is there any
Gilbert-
other ways in or out?
Gilbert's going to attempt to attune to this.
Okay. Yeah, you can spend an hour trying to attune to it. And yes, there is another way out to the south.
let's regroup with the party just to, touch base with them. Let them know that we're okay.
I'm sure they heard the boom.
Yeah.
And you can see through the archway to the south that it does go to another room, and you can see what appears to be wooden cabinets in there.
Familiar cabinets?
Same style as the other one, yes. But I have no idea what you mean otherwise.
There's no way that they're gonna add another slime. There's no way.
Under this is a different room, right?
Yeah, there's a room to the south of this room that connects to it.
How far away is this cabinet?
From your current position, 10, 20, 30, 40 feet.
Crazy, go kick that cabinet in the nards, please.
Wait, what's going on?
That cabinet. It is offensive.
So like you guys are in the 3x3
Go
room.
kick it.
There's cabinets in that lower room beneath it.
Okay. I'll go break all the cabinets.
All right, you walk into that room and you see many, many cabinets, maybe 20 to 25 different wooden cabinets. And in the north and south walls, you see 2 iron statues, large and humanoid, standing at attention.
I'm gonna die here. Probably.
So what do you do?
I'm breaking the cabinets. That's what Gilbert said to do, so I'm breaking them.
Okay.
No.
Make an attack roll versus cabinetry.
Oh, fuck.
This guy's bloody too. We didn't even get a chance to get the short rest off. God damn it.
Yeah, Gilbert is still trying to like attune to this ring as Crazy goes south. All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
You miss.
That was...
It's a cabinet,
that was a
and you
shitty
missed
roll.
it.
Give yourself a time to contemplate.
I wasn't
Is
even.
this
I
really
didn't
wise?
even know that was possible. But somehow, when you struck at that cabinet, you must have gotten like blood in your eyes or something. You just like clung, and it's like hitting the floor next to it instead.
Can I try this again?
Sure.
Fucking hell. Fucking one.
All right, you strike the cabinet. Roll damage.
Okay.
All right, the cabinet shatters and splinters. Little bits of old, decrepit rags that were probably once fine clothing are spread out in front of you. That's when you hear the first footfall as the
The
statues come
iron
alive.
golems have been activated. Initiate terminate mode.
Please roll initiative
die.
to face the security golems.
I'm gonna die here. This is bullshit.
Oh, you will
fuck.
be fine.
If I'm not Gilbert, it's all your fault. What the fuck?
You rolled a 1, so you will go last after they kill you.
Sounds about right. Fuck. Can I use hit dice to heal myself?
Not at the moment.
Damn.
Yeah, you need like an hour of downtime, like where you do nothing, not fighting.
Or you could
do
second
that.
win your fighter.
Yeah, you could do second wind on your turn, but not right now.
Yeah, if I can make it to my turn.
So is that everyone who's rolling initiative? Lieutenant, you're not getting in on this? David?
Sorry, was that?
Did you solve the critter problem?
Yeah, I think. there's like a fucking raccoon or something out right outside my window, and that's what I heard because I left my bathroom window open. And it didn't get in, but it's just out there making noise, like squeaking and shit. And making me think there's something in the house.
You sure it's not just a random furry walking down the street?
That would put it in my backyard, not walking down the street, and as such, I would not be here. I would be burying a body.
Fair enough. But would you like to fight the Skirtioms? All right.
I mean, straight up, if you look at like your back window into your backyard and you saw a furry in a giant raccoon costume, fuck that guy. That's actually just plain creepy to see at night.
Would it be bad if I would just kind of look at him and be like, it's the wrong fucking neighborhood for this kid. Get the fuck over there. But anyway, war. Yeah, so you backed out of the staring contest room. You heard the thwomp of the trap go off. And now you hear what sounds like crazy yelling for help and something about giant iron men.
Well, I suppose I'm gonna go see if I can lend some assistance at all to Crazy. So I'm gonna go move towards the room to see what I can see.
What's your movement speed?
45.
45 feet will put you inside the staring contest room, about 15 feet away from the corner to look into the room Crazy's in.
Okay. Well, then how about this? I will bonus action dash from my start point into the room to get around, because that will double my movement and I can still use my action.
Perfect. So yeah, you get to that corner and you look down to that southern room and you see large numbers of wooden cabinets, the closest of which Crazy seems to have gone to town with his axe. And you can see like destroyed cabinetry and clothing just kind of scattered around him. And you hear the boom, boom of the walking iron statues that appear to have activated in response to his vandalism.
Can I see one of the iron statues?
Yes.
But I'm going to shoot it.
Okay. Yeah, you can see two of them against the southern wall. From the sound of it, there's probably two more in there, closer to the northern wall where you can't get an angle right now. Okay, those all hit.
That's it, the one I can see?
That's it, the one of the two you can see, yeah.
Is Josh in melee with any of them? I mean,
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. I hit one with 93 points of magical piercing damage.
Nice, yeah, you punch like four like clean holes in its pauldron and chest armor.
Oogie good.
It's still coming. Anything else?
No, I'm done. I don't have a bonus action left, so I'm done.
All right, David the second.
All right, so there's two baddies.
Well,
Right.
War saw two bodies. There's four of them in the room.
Do I see all of them?
No, you're currently in the hallway outside the trap room.
Okay, how far away is the trap room?
With 60 feet of movement, you could get to the corner where War is to look into the room with the fighting.
Alrighty, I'll do that, and then also pop my reckless just to be safe. That's my turn.
Okay. Second lieutenant.
What do I see?
Well, you're out in the hallway outside the trap room, having heeded Gilbert's warning. Because the room exploded, so that was probably a good thing. But 6 feet away from you is that corner that goes to a southern room, and from the sounds of it, they're fighting something big in there.
Right, I'll enter the room. What do we see?
How much movement speed do you have?
60 feet of movement speed if I dash, 30 otherwise, an additional 30 with a Misty Step.
Okay, well, with your 30 feet of movement, that would get you just kind of like the archway into the trap room. You're still 30 feet away from the corner to look into the fighting room.
I will Misty Step to the corner. What do I see?
All right, yeah. So you see, to the south, a room full of cabinets. Crazy standing over a broken cabinet with destroyed clothing kind of all scattered around him. In the back of the room, you see 2 iron golems advancing towards him. And from the sound of the feet striking the ground, there are 2 more in there that you cannot see.
And these are iron golems, right?
Yep, they look like giant iron, men that appear to be autonomous and are carrying big swords.
Okay. How many can I hit with a beam?
1.
I will hit it with a sunbeam.
Okay. And that's a con save?
Correct.
Okie dokie.
That fails.
What type of damage is that?
Radiant.
Very good. Anything else?
That'll be it.
Okay. The iron golems from the south start pushing forward 30 feet each. They actually can't get to crazy this round. The 2 from the north, though, emerge into your guys' view and do get into range of crazy. One of which will basically look like he just spews out this gas. And I am going to need, let's see, it's a 15 foot, so that's only crazy. I need crazy to make a constitution saving throw versus poison.
It is the portable gas chambers. Wunderbar.
I actually hope he falls. Because then it's an unopened shot, and I'm going to fry every fucking one of them.
I believe you meant plus 11, correct?
I did that wrong.
Is it D20 plus 11? Don't reroll. Is it D20 plus 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Because then that would make it a 31 and you pass.
I'll use Indomitable.
You don't have to. You passed. You rolled a 31. You rolled the highest possible value you could have.
Oh, okay.
So you only take half of this. So you
Fuck.
take 12 poison damage.
Okay, I guess.
Then the other
Still sucks.
Then the other one brings its sword over and tries to hit you with it.
No.
I don't think either of those will hit you, actually. Oh, wait, no, sorry, the 24. Does the 24 hit you?
I don't know.
What's your AC?
21.
Then it does.
Okay.
And you take 25 slashing damage from the sword.
Up.
I'm
And
just
it
gonna
is...
leave my hit points fucking blank for now. I'm gonna die.
Are you unconscious?
No, not yet.
Okay. Gilbert's...
Not yet. Give me time. That will be.
I mean, you're only surrounded by 4 iron golems. I don't see what the problem is.
I may
thought there was
drop you,
only
but then
2.
I'll raise you back up.
I thought there was only 2. Is there 4 now?
There's always been 4.
Fuck. I thought there was only 2.
The only 2 could attack you this round. The other
Oh,
2 had to,
okay.
because they had to go such a long distance, they dashed and couldn't attack. But they're right there next to
Okay.
you.
Great.
They're nice, comforting steel presence. So Gilbert, what do you do?
What does Gilbert do? Well,
Breathe.
how far away is big mechanical robot golem?
Closest one, 10, 20, 30, 40 feet from you.
40 feet?
Correct.
Gee. One moment while I load my ranged options.
I will be back. But breathe on them, Gilbert.
Interesting. Well, in this case, I shall twin cast Chill Touch. So I'm going to target both those goons.
Okay. Both of what? You see all 4 now.
Wait, 4?
Yes, 4.
Oh my. Yes, the 2 closest to Crazy. I shall be twin casting on their asses.
They're all in melee with Crazy.
Okay, the one that's most injured and the guy to his right.
Okay, I can do that. Hey, I just want to make sure I assign the damage to the right people.
That's fair.
1 hit.
13 necrotic damage, and he cannot regain HP. And then... Damn you, PDF load! I shall call upon the power of...
A fresh.
Actually, wait. This is silly of me.
You just had a staring contest with 4 whites. What do you mean this is silly for you?
I'm back.
No, I just mean I realized what I should have actually opened with. What a silly goober. Actually, wait, no, I can upcast this shit. Quicken spell, upcast, banishment. 1 second.
What did you cast before?
Cantrip.
Yeah, I twin cast a cantrip, and now I'm quicken casting a full spell.
Okay.
Right
I couldn't
in the-
remember. I just couldn't remember what spell you had cast before.
Oh, all good. Yeah, so I shall quicken cast a banishment. Load, you bastard PDF. Fuck it, I'll do it for the memes at the 8th level. That's 4 goons. I'm targeting all 4 of them.
Okay. Charisma save?
Charisma saves. Get the fuck out of here.
-4. Can they even pass, even with advantage?
I dismiss you all.
You very well might
They-
have. Does a 15 pass?
A 15 doesn't pass. In fact, they all failed.
They all disappear.
I stand there and I tap my foot for a minute.
So
Yeah,
you're gonna
you
whip
guys
their
are-
ass, right?
Face.
Step out of the way, though, since they're all gone. You can move there, Pie, can he? Or not?
Yeah. You should get out of the way.
You
Yeah.
should get out of the way. Yes, you should definitely get out of the way since you're weak. You should definitely get out of the way.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast a spell. Let's see, Aura of Vitality.
Oh,
And I will
guys,
use the effect.
we should
Oh.
be fine. They'll be appearing somewhere else, I assume, in about a minute.
Mm.
Oh shit, that floor's gonna be real now.
Go ahead, send all the high-level threats to one floor. That's perfectly all right.
The wizard attempts to banish you. Make a charisma saving throw. By the way, he's a diviner. You fail.
Yeah. Under the next time Gilbert winds up in the timeout room, there's a giant non-sentient ooze of Technicolor Death, 4 iron golems, a lich, 2 young dragons, a pissed off mind flayer, and a gnome with a shovel.
The gnome is the biggest threat in that pile. Geek the gnome first.
No one ever expects to know.
Gnome where you roam.
So are we done?
Yeah, you guys are out of
Now-
initiative because after the minute passes,
Okay.
they won't be coming back.
Okay, I
In
want.
fact, even if you drop concentration on the spell, they wouldn't come back.
I want to punch Gilbert in the face.
What crazy?
I want to punch you in the fucking face.
I pay your paycheck. I wouldn't advise it.
I don't care. I'm going to. It's your fault. Fuck you.
I can't help but think that it would be common sense not to do the thing he asked you to do with those 4 things in the room.
Indeed, you guys have the right to refuse orders. In fact,
I didn't think I would get attacked.
Those things aren't for show. I've been working on something like that for months. Point to the robot that I have.
We're in a hostile dungeon. How did you think you weren't going to be attacked?
I wouldn't be so
thinking
close
mad
with
at
stuff
A
inside and
fucking
try to strangle
cabinet
you.
being broke. It's a cabinet. Who cares?
Yeah, you might want to take that up with Azudel then.
Speaking of the cabinets, is there anything else left there? There's a fuck ton of cabinets left over, right?
Yes, there are a fuck ton of cabinets.
Well, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna look through all of them.
All right, make an investigation check as you begin searching through and rifling through all of the decrepit underthings.
Can anybody heal me?
28.
All right, you start looking through, and it looks like that age and air has gotten to most of these and kind of turned all shitty. There is one that is not, though. There's a cloak you find that appears to have weathered the time very, very well.
I would like to inspect this article with my hands and like touch it and stuff.
It appears to be very finely made, though it smells faintly of brimstone.
Most curious.
Like a familiar, like just regular brimstone, or a specific kind of brimstone native to the fantastical vacation destination of Avernus.
Does
Just regular brim.
Does this brimstone match with my faint odor of sulfuric musk?
Yes.
Hmm.
By the way, this is what it looks like. All right.
Ooh, nice threads.
You attempt to identify it. One moment, please.
Okay, so I know we all agreed that I had the white stormtrooper armor. I'm definitely going to get the black one. I'm going to make it black one of these days. However way I can do that. I'm going to have this cloak on. I'm going to be elite boy.
Really going for the villain colors, I see.
Hey, red and black. I have to say I'm a big fan of those colors.
Want to mix a little white in there too?
Yeah, why not? It would go good with the gold.
Oh, you don't get the joke I was making.
I don't.
What flag ruined the colors red,
Oh,
white,
yeah.
and black?
I know.
There you go.
Bastard.
Oh. Okay. I will don the thing.
Okay, you don the thing, and a stylish wisp of smoke sort of like whips around you.
Yep. Sulfur and brimstone. Lovely, lovely.
It's almost like you're a man of wealth and taste.
Mm-hmm.
Gilbert's gonna sniff him and say he smells like he's been to hell. So what's it do?
It does a thing that I will refuse to do while inside here. That is all I really have to say about the matter.
It is like a very ironic item to find in here.
Does it let you translocate?
Yes.
Does it let you translocate to hell?
No. But it
Yeah.
would effectively, since we sent for golems.
Yeah, appear in the timeout room. The iron golems have voice boxes now. Welcome to the gas chamber.
Oh, the gas chamber wouldn't be the thing that I would be worried about. It's all the other stuff.
Oh, the part where they proceed to bully you for your lunch money.
Yeah, by the way, how did you get out of that? I wasn't in I wasn't in whenever you told everyone else. I forget.
I rolled the dice.
Ah.
He really, really did. Like when you find some crazy glowing shit in the dungeon and you touch it, it's either going to be pretty good or it's going to fuck you over a barrel.
And in the experience that Sleuth and I have, when Under puts glowy shit in front of us, there's one thing we're going to do, and it's touch it. Any openings in this room?
Yeah, there's another archway leading south.
Gilbert advances.
All right. It's a corridor. It goes 30 feet and turns to the east. To the east. To the east. Which then goes 80 feet before coming to a T-junction. Options to go straight ahead or turn south.
Straight ahead.
Okay, straight ahead it is. You go 10, 20, 30, 40 feet and turn north. Going 1, 2, 3, 90 feet north, turning east and heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 130 feet before you have to turn south. No options here so far. And then heading 90 feet south, you come to another T-junction. You can head east or west.
West.
All right, west you head 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 60 feet, turn north to go 10, 20, 30 feet to an archway which opens into a room.
Did we have a short rest, by the way?
You have not.
All right. I'm going to split this between myself and Crazy.
Gilbert's going to slap a death ward on himself.
Yeah. I'm going to cast, let's see, what's that spell? Aura of Vitality. I'll use 5 rounds for myself and 5 rounds for him.
This room is lit in a green light with 4 burning candelabras on the corners of a finely made plinth of marble. On top of this marble plinth, you can see a sarcophagus detailed in gold, silver, and platinum, making various engravings and faces. You can see what appears to be a man at arms, a knight. Coat of arms on it, though it's not one you recognize. The walls of the room are covered in tapestries that appear to show a knight very similar looking to the one engraved on the sarcophagus, in various battles, vanquishing various beasts, including dragons, mind flayers, beholders, drow, and various other beasties.
How far away is the coffin from Gilbert?
From the entrance of the room, it is 15 feet away.
Divine sense. Actually, wait. How much the room would be caught in divine sense?
Just the closer half.
Gilbert shall advance up to the coffin, and as he approaches, divine sense to get more of the room.
Okay. Yeah, you divine sense. Like the rest of the dungeon, this is desecrated.
What of the coffin?
The coffin does not register. It is neutral. Like most of the
Interesting.
items. The dungeon itself is desecrated, but the items you've been finding are not.
And what kind of coffin?
Appears to be a metallic sarcophagus made out of worked gold, silver, and platinum, forming various engravings on it, coats of arms, images of a knight fighting various battles.
Any symbolism associated with a particular deity?
Make a religion check.
Did I hear that right? A sarcophagus made out of platinum?
Gold and silver, yes, all work together.
I never do well on these checks.
Yeah. Let's see here. You don't recognize that symbol at all. No. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna find it real funny if that was a symbol of Bahamut. Go evil for 3
God.
months, forget your old religion symbol. Hey, David, crazy.
Yeah.
You two want to find some nice loot?
Sure. Where? How?
Inside
When?
that sarcophagus.
Alright!
Gilbert's
David's gonna
room.
walk over and hit it with the Mace of Disruption.
Just open it! Jesus!
I am
This is what
opening
happens
it.
when you don't give your goon specific instructions.
By Bahamut, just open the damn thing!
Gonna
I'm
cut the fucker
opening
in
it.
half.
Yeah, by the way, that's a
I,
dead end room.
I agree with CC. Just gonna smash it.
I'm gonna roll to hit it. Is that okay?
If that's what you're doing, yes, that is perfectly all right.
Is it
I'll attack with
yeah.
CC.
Cool,
Okay,
you wanna
both
do it
of
at
you
a time?
make attack. Nope. Yeah, you can do it at the same time. Both of you make attack rolls.
Alright, ready? And
Just wait.
There's a part where I get comfortably back about
I'm
20 feet.
ready.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Gilbert right back the fuck out.
now.
Need crazies roll. All right, you both hit. Go
And
ahead.
now what do we
Go ahead and roll damage.
I keep forgetting that Gilbert's supposed to be evil. I don't know why I care.
All right, and then I need both of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
This is the magic boom boom.
Alright, so here's the thing, it's difficult for me. So it's con.
Please don't kill me under. Please.
Oh, it wouldn't be him if you caught the oof.
Oof. I'm oofed though.
Indeed.
All right,
Why is it one?
Cece, I need you to roll a d3.
Oh boy.
How
What is
bad
it?
is it? We'll
What's
find
a
out.
D3 for?
You'll
The
find out.
crazy. The most enjoyable thing that Underdark ever created was the unknown dice rolls.
All right.
Apparently, ours like no.
So, Crazy and David, you guys usually just rend right into this sarcophagus, carving deep and deforming the top of it. Crazy, you feel magic wash over you, though you're able to resist it. And as you look up, you see a golden statue of Gavid standing there. All of her equipment also turned to gold on her.
Ooh, the Midas touch.
Oh, so she's.
Touch me too much. Hey, go member.
I'm just gonna pick up David and throw it at Gilbert.
No, you bastard.
Okay, Crazy, what is your strength score?
20.
Crush you. I mean, you have the same thing.
The golden statue of Gavid is too heavy for you to throw.
Really?
You
Fuck
have a
it.
maximum lift of 300 pounds. A man-sized statue of gold would weigh close to 1.5 tons.
The fuck?
Unless I'm doing that math wrong.
This oofs the crap.
I'm also carrying like 74 pounds.
Does our
already.
magical equipment also turn to gold?
Yes.
Oh no!
Why would
Every
you?
time. Why is it every time I want to have fun, I end up dying?
Because this dungeon is
Because your
spooky.
definition of fun was to assault a person's sarcophagus.
I'm pretty
What's
sure
wrong
if
with
she touched
that?
it, the same thing would happen.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Well, as long as like I mean, if I lose my shit, then I might as well just die.
I can't believe this is the second time you've died. What the fuck?
I'm not dead.
Technically, she's not dead. She's only petrified.
Oh, you treat this as a petrification condition. Okay,
It's kind of petrification.
okay, this is not
So
completely without.
So
Yeah.
if I use my breath weapon, can it melt the gold away and we have CC back?
No.
Is that what you would like to
No.
try?
Boil me alive.
Do
It would boil me alive on the inside, you idiot. Science.
Wait.
Why? It's just acid.
See,
No,
David wear a shirt.
The gold would boil me. Gold would probably be so. Have you never seen Game of Thrones?
No.
Oh god.
Well, I'm gonna get a pouch.
It would be so hot, it would burn my clothes off that I'm wearing.
Get a pouch. I'm gonna put a 300 gold piece diamond in it, and I'm gonna crush that diamond, making about 300 gold pieces worth of diamond dust. I then cast Greater Restoration on the CC.
Use you.
Okay.
I am the David. The gay David.
All right, yeah, you cast Greater Restoration on Gavid.
Oh, by the way, I'm using the familiar to this because I'm not touching CC.
Fair enough. Fortunately, the effect isn't communicable. Yeah, so your familiar, touches it. The gold dust, the diamond dust dissipates, and you begin to see a more fleshy pallor come over Gavid's face as slowly him and his equipment return to normal.
Right, don't do that again. It cost me 100 gold.
I don't know. Can we make it a little bit more fun and say I had like oxygen, whatever, or no?
Petrification works by it turns you into the metal in this case. So gold. You were solid gold. You weren't alive inside a gold casing. You were gold.
Very
Then why
interesting
couldn't
study.
I still move?
You couldn't. You were basically, if they had left you there, you would have stayed there forever.
But I wouldn't have aged.
Correct.
Yeah.
You would also be effectively dead.
Yeah, that's. Oh, that'd be a cool. Ooh, it just
It's
sounds-
basically just a gold version of what happens if you look at a Medusa.
No, I get it. Well, except I can turn the Medusas back around. Anyway, alright. David is just gonna be like, I was so shiny! You bitch!
Next time that happens, I will not do anything then.
Aww,
I
I love
want
you.
to demote him.
Do
So.
that. Aw, Dean, I've saved you so many times. You owe me. I love you. And like
I owe
you,
you nothing.
Dean. You owe me a lot of shit. What are you talking about?
Oh, you owe me 100 gold.
Hey, where's our bank account? I'm pretty sure I've killed so many things that my share is bigger than everybody's.
That's not how that works.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I still have a shit ton of gold on me, so. That we never did anything.
I will have to remember this place. For reasons. Midas touch gold room.
dude, every
Bring
time you say the
living things.
every time you say the Midas touch, I keep on thinking of that fucking song from Austin Powers 3. Gold member. Jesus. But I'm from Holland.
Well, let's see. We got the lieutenant with us, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, they never got the coffin open, did they?
No, they just dented the lid a bunch.
Is it locked?
It wasn't, but they've kind of jammed it shut now.
Yeah,
You're
Dean,
still
let's,
curious on what's inside?
Dean, let's not tamper with this.
It's already open!
Yeah, it's not.
Hmm? Really? It's not open?
No, you
Not
guys
at all.
dented the lid a bunch, basically, like, sealing it.
Yeah.
Really? It should have,
let's
like,
see.
popped open like a soda can. What if we keep hitting it?
My curiosities, though.
Yeah, we
I
can keep hitting it.
I peek
CC.
inside. I have
Yeah.
to peek inside under.
Oh,
And how are you
Jesus.
doing that?
I am touching it, of course.
Stays out of the room.
So,
Wait, you're gonna
sorry,
touch it while we're about to hit it?
what are you doing? Say again?
So I'm gonna peek inside it. I'm gonna like open it with my hands.
So you walk up and you grab the lid to open it.
Mm-hmm.
Con save,
And
please.
Pi and David's about
I'm immune to
to...
petrification. Do I still need to make the save?
Yes.
Is this versus magic?
Yes. Technically, because this, I'm handling it like it's petrification. It's not. You're not being turned to stone. You're being transmuted into metal.
Oh, that would have changed what I did, but what's done is done. Now I add a +5 to it because I am not looking to turn into gold today.
Okay. I mean, you don't know what the other two on the the other two sides of the D3 do. So yeah, no, you're fine, and you kind of open the lid. Inside, you see a skeletal body.
Nothing else.
Oh, but I wanted to keep
I'm
hitting
gonna
it.
let go.
There is a rolled up piece of parchment on its chest.
Gilbert steps 15 feet
Familiar grabs it.
into the room.
Oh, you.
My familiar grabs it.
I thought Gilbert was gonna grab it, and I'm like, no, you're way away. You can't grab it.
Yeah, Cece, I don't need you to police me.
Okay. The familiar has successfully grabbed it, and I'm fucking off.
Okay, you fuck off.
Is there nothing else in there?
Just a body and a piece of paper.
I would recommend opening up that parchment in the room.
It's
I'll deal with that later
what is this?
in a safer environment.
Dean, we're in the dungeon of Azudel. There is no safer environment.
David
I
will.
prefer a less crazy environment, like the non-Midas touch room.
David wants to. Oh. David wants to gently pick up the skeleton.
God, don't
I
disturb his
just
rest.
peeked it. It's not
Gilbert
even a
moved
big
30 feet
opening.
down the hall and out.
CC,
Gently.
remember what I said. I only
Gently.
have one 5th level spell slot. I can't help it.
Gently, gently.
Okay.
I want to see if it's under him.
All right. Yeah. You quickly grab him.
No, wait.
I understand. I understand, but you need to be quick because otherwise Dean's going to close the lid on your hands.
Oh.
I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother closing it.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Sorry. Yeah, you could kind of gently try to lift it up. I'm going to say make a dexterity check to see if you can do so without touching this actual sarcophagus. Like a game of Operation with really high stakes.
Alright, so
Dexterity check. D20 plus your dex mod.
Okay, this is a scroll from a gold sarcophagus for future reference.
Okay, yeah. Call it room 29.
what is it?
All right, you pick up the skeleton nice and gently as you accidentally brush the bottom of the sarcophagus. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Please roll a D3.
Oh boy.
My money is on like 1 is silver, 2 is gold, 3 is black.
3's platinum. Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, you guys turn around. There is a platinum statue of David holding the remains in her arms, or his arms.
I warned him. I can't help him till long rest.
Alright, let's just camp
This is
here. Well,
3 deaths in one game.
That's got to be a record.
I think
I die less
record.
often.
I think someone has a record of like dying like 17 times or something.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hold the record for actual deaths, but like, you've died the most in a single session. I've only ever died twice. You broke my record, CC.
Well, I'm trying to have some fun, put a spin on it. I don't know, maybe I'm just suicidal.
All right.
You're saying you're not having fun?
And I
Oh
think
no, I'm having.
we will call the session here tonight. With David having turned into a platinum representation of himself.